All right, good afternoon. Welcome to the Historic District Commission meeting workshop. This is Wednesday, November 12th, and it's 12:40. And
This
I,
webinar is being transcribed.
okay, I don't have any announcements, so we are going to jump right in to our workshop item. We have welcome to them before Tim Finan. Tim, do you want to come on up? And then we will have to approve minutes, but that's it for today. So we're gonna welcome Tim. We're looking at 300 to 304 East Worthington.
Is this working? Do I need to hold it up or anything? Okay.
It should pick you up. It's whatever you're comfortable with.
Good.
Okay. And if you need to scoot a little forward, you can do that too.
Okay, I'm good. So this project, I don't know if you remember from a couple months ago, this is on the corner of East Worthington Avenue and Cleveland Avenue, right across from Lillia Hall. It's three parcels that have, one of them had an existing home on it, and then two other ones that have existing commercial homes on them. So they're commercial buildings that are kind of a home structure. So our proposal is to put a new development there. The two of the sites have already been demolished or been approved to be demolished. And so we're doing a new mixed use project there. So I just kind of want to scroll through these pretty quickly. I don't know if you remember the project, but the idea of this is it's a two-story building, but it also steps down from the corner to the residential scale to a one-story building on the end. These are some of the context of the homes and the commercial structures around the area here. So this is our site plan here. That shows the bottom level. So all the parking will be below grade, which kind of hides everything. And it kind of does what the other properties along that street do, which has the parking behind the building. So you won't see any big parking lots or anything, which is great. The building does kind of jog, which is nice there at the front. And there's, it's going to be a mixture of retail, restaurant, and then office above. Don't know the exact tenant mix right now, but mixed use. That first one you can see here is it's from Lillia Hall over on the Cleveland. So if you see a cross section, see Cleveland, the slope of the road actually slopes down to another commercial site that I believe was approved a few years ago. I think it's a three-story building on that side that was approved a few years ago by the commission. Hasn't been built yet, but and then you can see the one below it there. That's the Worthington side. You can see how the corner has kind of a more prominent piece in the corner to kind of welcome people into the neighborhood from the commercial district, and then steps down to a more of a single-story shop area. So you have a couple of little storefronts there that got some nice little shops along the way. And then there's a buffer between that building and the next. It's a required landscape buffer that's the city of Charlotte requires. So pretty good separation there. It's probably hard to see, but you do have a little model here. You can see this is that's the section looking at from like the other property next to it on Worthington. So it's kind of a side you probably wouldn't see too much of unless you were in that other property. And then that one is the back of it from the alleyway, which is where you enter the parking deck. So kind of that would all kind of be hidden by other buildings. And then if you go to the next, this is context. So above, this is something we had approved last year on East Boulevard, similar kind of design. Same with below is the Leaper Wyatt building that we moved from South Boulevard over to next to the Lillia Hall and some other commercial buildings that we've looked to the district and we also helped with as well. And that's the left building there on the top right. So that's our context right next to us, that taller building there. These are examples from the area we kind of pulled inspiration from our design. So other historic, not nationally historic, but older buildings that kind of have relevance to us and are nearby. So we're pulling some context from those as well. Here's some 3D models. Again, these aren't photoreal yet. We're gonna develop those and have more photoreal renderings for you when we do the final presentation for you next hopefully in December. But these are kind of the kind of sketch models, so the beginning of the photo real ones, so you kind of get an idea of the volume and the scale of the project. You can see the next one kind of shows some of the other sides of it. Couple of things to note, we have that thing on the kind of corner piece has the kind of shop element, but we did take there's a barrel vault bowstring truss element that we kind of pulled from some of the other context in the area. There's one right almost in direct view of this property that is an older building. We really like that look, and we thought it would kind of help break up the elevation as it kind of goes down the Cleveland Avenue. That's pretty much it. I kind of want to get more feedback from you, Mission. I don't want to spend too much time talking.
And then with these, you just turn it to green, press the button.
Can I ask? The alleyway, what does that have to widen or anything for access? What's gonna happen with that?
It doesn't. I don't think we can widen it. On the other project that was approved, it was kind of just remaining as it was.
Okay,
One that the Clark project.
and the 1-story coming down,
Yeah.
yeah, is that roof structured to be accessible, or is that just roof?
Not right now. I mean, we did it because we wanted to be able to kind of step down towards and get the scale from the
Right.
2-story down to the 1-story home side, and also kind of create like a nice little feature where it's more of a shop type feel to it, instead of almost like the building evolved over time, where, that little piece was maybe added on at some point, or and which is a lot of what South End and Dilworth area has, a lot of things that were kind of evolved over time in some of their more of the commercial projects.
Is the property to the left, is that residential or is that commercial?
It is residential. That one is residential. And that's why there's that, I think it's a 25-foot buffer, landscape buffer.
So 25?
Yeah. It's the city of Charlotte requirement. So it's a very large buffer there. And we're gonna have the full street sections when we do our presentations. You'll be able to see the little house sitting there next to it. But I think it's actually a little taller than our building, because we're not super tall there on that building, so it'll kind of go higher, then it'll kind of step down to ours and kind of go back up to kind of keep the rhythm of the street.
What's the material?
Maybe a mixture of brick and probably like a siding type, like a hardy panel type wood.
For those trim pieces and that kind of that front, I don't know what you call that, frieze up top, that you think that's gonna be wood or?
There. Actually,
Yeah,
we'd like to do like steel there, like
Yeah.
a painted steel.
Can you zoom out some? Can you go to the Worthington elevation? No, I guess it's the elevation that looks across from Hallelujah. Okay, what is that big white? Oh, that's the roof. That's the barrel roof.
Yes, that's the barrel roof
Okay.
kind of going back away.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we're trying to, probably won't see that as much from the street. You may see it from the buildings when they build so there's some plans for across the street to have some larger buildings built, not in our district,
All right.
but there's a larger building coming, so. But kind of a mixture of brick and, kind of more of that, a little more of the, some textile type, mill type feel to it. But not, not completely. And we'll have like all the materials called out and everything for the actual presentation. The 3D kind of helps too. I don't know if you.
I mean, overall, I think it's a good first swing. I mean, the drastic step down is probably beneficial for presentation.
Yep. It's something owners didn't necessarily want to do, but
Yeah, I can imagine.
we highly suggested it. And we think it's going to be a nice addition to the neighborhood. I think it's between that and Lilia Hall, it should create a nice kind of entry into the district, because it sort of starts there. It does go up a little bit further on Worthington, but there's going to be that larger building there. So it's going to be nice to have something kind of anchor those two corners as it comes into the district.
Our standards talk about gateways and transitions at the edges and. Any other questions? Thoughts, recommendations?
You guys generally like it?
I think the lack of questions.
Says it all.
Can we, I got a couple questions.
Yeah.
For the parking garage, how do you plan on handling the ventilation for it? Will there be exterior grills? Will there be louvers? What will be
Yeah,
seen from the sides?
probably because half of it is open. We're hoping we can get the percentage where you get above that and you can maybe not have to ventilate as much. But if we have to, there's some opportunities along this part here where maybe we could add some louvers, which would kind of help break up some of that brick there too.
And I think that the Mediterranean arches along the front window,
Yeah,
when you bring that back, just make sure those are detailed. I'm not in love with them, but
Yeah.
that's a preference.
ones over the balcony
Correct,
piece. Yeah.
And then go scroll. I always say it wrong. Scroll up,
What would you like to see?
something that's above this.
Okay.
The,
Bit more colored renderings?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would just, the transition from the short side to the tall side is a little bit harsh from the street scale.
Yeah,
So I would probably look at working to have the language of the smaller portion be related but distinct from the larger piece,
gotcha. Yeah,
just to kind of heighten that, ease that transition,
yeah, I see what you're saying.
one side to the other.
So, Commissioner Allred, would you like more, I guess, design proof backup that this type of style exists in Charlotte is appropriate for commercial buildings, than what you call the Mediterranean arch?
Yes, oh, indeed. If there's any examples or not even necessarily historic, but just some
Yeah.
further examples of that kind of
Yeah.
configuration.
Yeah, we've got.
I think it makes much more sense than what looks like the balcony than it does as applied to the corner windows. But,
It was funny, we were in the process of doing this in the last few weeks. It kind of almost mimics the Greek church on East Boulevard. I was driving by and I went, wait a second, that's it. I was like, so it's kind of like, it actually unintentionally was that. But we have other examples we can show you too. And it's not meant to be so Mediterranean, more kind of industrial, steel through it. So probably more in the black, so probably downplay it a lot more, but. Yeah, I'll post some nice stuff for that.
other than that, I think, look forward to seeing.
All good? Okay, all right.
The next thing to do is to look at our meeting minutes from October. Has anyone reviewed them? Questions, edits, or motions? Great, is the mic on? Just make sure it's right there. Okay,
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the October. meeting.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Kerm and seconded by Commissioner Holtz to approve October meeting minutes. Any discussion? Okay. Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bow, yes, motion to approve passes unanimous, 1, 2, 3. 10. And 0.
yes, perfect. Right. Does anyone else have any announcements or anything they wish to bring before the commission? Shauna, is there anything you want to say about this afternoon's meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am leaving early today to attend the I-77 widening public comments meeting. So currently, there are a couple of historic districts that are being impacted: Wilmore, Quarry Heights, Wesley Heights, and Oaklawn Park, in varying degrees. And so from the worst case scenario maps that I can look at, there are homes that would be taken out of Wilmore and out of McCrory Heights, including my house. And so, so we are attending the meeting. It's from 4 to 7 at Johnson C. Smith. And then there's one tomorrow somewhere south on Arrowwood. I can't remember where. From 4 to 7, where the state is looking at public comments for how this expansion is impacting areas. So.
This is a preliminary, these are preliminary maps. They have not started the environmental review process, and thus they've not initiated anything triggering the Section 106 process, which is the federally required review to impacted historic properties listed in or eligible for listing in the National Register. So when that happens, I believe the commission will be a consulting party on that, but that is a number of months away. This is, again, is just preliminary. I believe there are two options. There's an at-grade option and an elevated option that would have less impact to historic properties. So I know the McCrory Heights, Sean is going as leadership of the McCrory Heights neighborhood in her capacity as a citizen to this. She is not representing the commission, but the McCrory Heights neighborhood is attending this meeting. So we'll be glad to, hear what information you find out. So just a heads up that that's coming. The only other heads up I have is that in December, we have at least one applicant for the Plaza Midwood seat. So we will be inviting them to attend our meeting, and if anyone else applies between now and then, so that we can, review the resume and see if they are, the applicants are a good fit for the commission. The other thing we'll be doing in December is annually, we have to submit an annual report to city council about our work. And so I draft that for everybody. You'll remember, I think we looked at it at the meeting last December. And that just requires a vote of support to send it on to city council. So that's coming your way too. I will get it done in advance and send it out with either the agenda or the minutes, depending on timing for the December meeting. The other thing, Chair Bell, that we'll need to announce at the beginning of this meeting is that due to the Thanksgiving holiday and our legal notice requirements, any application that's continued or not continued at today's meeting will need to be continued to the January meeting. Anything not heard, of course, can roll to December.
Of ours that have to be done.
It shouldn't impact any decisions. I will double check just in case. Thanks.
Christy, can I ask a question?
Is it related? What's it related to?
Yeah, so like the calendar you just mentioned, can you repeat that again? So
Oh, we'll repeat it at the beginning of the meeting. Yeah. I'll make an announcement. Okay. Well, we'll call it to order in a minute or two. Okay, thanks, everybody. We'll be right back. Welcome to the November 12th Historic District Commission meeting. This is Christy Harps. I am the program manager. We are in a different room today, so if anyone is following along and planning to join us later, we are not. We are actually in CH14 in the basement. So if you come to the meeting, make sure you take the elevators to the basement. There are signs along the way to guide you here. We have another announcement about timing and any application on today's agenda. Any application continued from today will be continued to the January 2026 meeting. There's not an opportunity to be on the December meeting due to the legal notice deadlines and the way the Thanksgiving holiday falls this year. So again, if you are continued at this meeting, you will be continued to the January 14th, 2026 meeting. We will be sure that that's included in all email correspondence as well. With that, I will turn this over to the chair to get started. Chair Bell?
The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the November 12th, 2025 meeting. I am Shauna Bell, HDC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:07 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Christopher Allred, Sarah Kerm, Cameron Holtz, Krista Lineberger, Emily Sowash, Brett Taylor, Ann Stanley, Sean Sullivan, and Scott Whitlock. Also present are HDC staff Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, Marilyn Drath, Jen Baer, Elizabeth Lammy, JT Fawcett, Paige Inman, Assistant City Attorney, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that this is an in-person meeting. However, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Each of today's hearings is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this commission must make its decision. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The commission's jurisdiction is limited. The commission must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the design standards and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and ordinance standards, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. While hearsay evidence is not specifically excluded, it is only given limited weight. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentation and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be reviewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet place. Please turn off or silent electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. Any HDC member may request the hearing to be reopened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today and you are in the room or online, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do" to the following question. You should be raising their hands. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter who is responsible for making an accurate and complete recording of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state and spell their names and state their address before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Great. We have 3 consent agenda cases to start the meeting. The first case is 1613 South Mint. Marilyn, do we have any other speakers? No, just the applicant online. Okay. This request is for an accessory building, and typically mid-block staff could approve this, but as you can see, there's a unique situation to the lot, and they're requesting the accessory building back here, so it's completely visible. The plans start on slide 10 with the site plan showing the proposed location. The applicant has also provided a cross-section with the heights, various heights. The elevations are on slide 13. And extra details are on slide 14. And staff is recommending approval with conditions, and the conditions are outlined as part of the staff recommendation on page 3.
Does any commissioner object to this remaining on consent? Do we have a motion?
I move to approve this application as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitations number 1, 2, 9, and 10, and the City of Charlotte design standards for accessory buildings 8, 10, with consideration for the conditions as outlined in the staff recommendations.
You could just state the conditions A through G.
Amend that to include conditions A through G.
Perfect, thank you.
Motion made by Commissioner Allred. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion? Okay. Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Holt,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 10-0.
Thank you. Chair Bell, I'm not sure if you mentioned Commissioner Wojcik as being part of the meeting, but I would just like to note for the record, she hasn't joined yet.
No, I didn't say her name.
Okay, great. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Awesome. Our next application is 405 East Park Avenue and 1501 Euclid Avenue. This is the Dilworth Elementary School. And there are 3 buildings involved, but on this project, their project has 3 parts. There are some door additions to the 2003 building. It's labeled on building 3. There's tree removal. And if the tree is A, I will show you this, and a new trash enclosure. So if we go to the site plan right here. there's Euclid, East Park. This is building 3. This is the area of the work. So they are adding a door to the back of building 3. You can see it on slide 12. They're adding it right here. And this is a view from Euclid. It's way back here. Right here next to this stair. They have some detailed drawings on slide 13, showing the doors. Again, this is on the 2003 building. And additional close-up information on slide 14. They are also proposing tree removal, and you can see it's a heavily wooded lot. The tree proposed for removal is in this area between buildings 1 and 3, right here. It's on a hill, it's multi-stem, it's up against this retaining wall. Staff can't approve it just because of its technical size. But usually on these, when they're planted just in a bad location, the commission just says, fine, go ahead and remove it. But they have included some detailed drawings or detailed photos. It's just in a bad location. And then they're also adding a dumpster back here, right behind building 3, right over here. They are screening it in brick. And so when you look from over here, it'll just look like it's part of the building. And you can see the screen detail on slide 25. Staff is recommending approval of all 3 projects. And if the commission wants to add a condition, there are 3 conditions. If they want to add a condition about tree replanting, that's also appropriate. Anybody besides the applicants? Okay. Over to you, Chair Bell.
Great. Any objection to this remaining on consent? Have a motion?
Big motion to approve the project that is not in Honduras with the district and meets Secretary of the Interior standards for rehab numbers 2 and 9. The city of Charlotte resides here to rehabilitate the building elements. Outdoors, they include 4.10 standards for private sites, landscaping laws, 8.4, and fences and walls, 8.6, and 8.7.
We ask that the applicant provide permit-ready construction drawings to the staff for final review and with conditions A through C being met.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Kerm. Is there a second?
Actually, may I add a friendly amendment that we request tree replanting as well?
Do you accept the friendly amendment?
Sarah?
Commissioner Kerm, do you accept the friendly amendment?
It would be to work with staff on an appropriate tree and location.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the friendly amendment text would be to work with staff on appropriate tree replacement and location.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Sullivan, any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Soash,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes,
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Kerm, Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes, motion to approve with conditions passes 10-0.
Thank you. Before we get to our next application, we have 2 recusals. Commissioner Sullivan and Commissioner Taylor will be recusing for this next application. The next application is 420 East Tremont Avenue. This was a previously approved project. There was a 1-story addition approved a year ago in August. The COA has been issued. All existing historic windows were to remain, except there was a double hung at the rear of the right elevation that was enlarged for egress. During the project, there was an issue came up with, let me go to slide 9, with the window at the rear of the left elevation. So way back here, this is taken from the street. The window was broken during the rehab. And they are asking to swap a original rear window back here, this original rear window. They're asking to swap this and put it here. This original rear window would be lost otherwise because of the rear addition, but they are going to keep the window and put it on the side elevation. So as part of that, it is slightly shorter than the original window, but it's also at the very back corner of the house. And you can see here that it's hardly visible. It's also behind a fence. If I zoom in, it's way back here behind a fence. And I thought there was a better picture, maybe on slide 7. Yep. Here we go, right in the middle. It's this window way back here. So with that, I guess, staff probably should have taken this to the executive committee, but it's here. So, I think it's just the applicant online. Anybody else? Okay, over to you, Chair Bell.
Any objection to this remaining on consent? Do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve this application because it is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation of windows, 4.12 to 4.14. I'd like to add the following conditions: that the application provide the staff with permit-ready construction drawings for final review, and if possible, reuse the original wood siding when patching around the window.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Solash. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stanley. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Solash,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger, Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 8-0.
Great, thank you. We're now moving into applications not heard at the October meeting.
Let the record show that Commissioner Sullivan and Commissioner Taylor are back.
Thank you. Okay, and with this, I'm going to turn this over to Elizabeth and Candace. Is the mic on? Yes, it is.
All right. This next application is for 409 Walnut Avenue. And in February of 2021, an administrative COA was issued for a new rear addition and covered porch. The new addition was proposed to be no taller or wider than the original building and tie into the existing roof. The proposed materials and architectural details will match the main house. And the new rear addition's footprint was to be approximately 23 feet by 18 feet. And the new covered porch will be approximately 23 feet by 10 feet. A final inspection of this project was conducted in May of this year, and staff found that the constructed project did not match the COA approved plans. Right, just a moment. All right. Staff is unable to approve many of the design changes. So the project is coming back before the commission today for review. The changes include the footprint of the new addition increasing by approximately 15 feet in length. The width of the addition has not changed, but the square footage of the addition currently puts the project before the commission for review as it is greater than 50% of the original house. The original 6/1 wood windows on the main house were replaced with 6/1 Jeld-Wen 2500 series wood windows. With the increase of length in the right and left elevations, window spacing and proportions of fields of stucco have changed. Thanks for bearing with me. And changes regarding the low wall, beam, and column detailing from the covered rear porch have also changed, as well as the previously unpainted brick chimney has been painted. So just some images here. This project is considered an after-the-fact review, with the commission reviewing it as if it has not yet occurred. And we have the applicant here in the room with us. Angie, you've been sworn in.
I have been sworn in.
Angie, if you can state your name and address for the court reporter and let me know where you want to start.
Sure. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208. Thank you, Elizabeth. Want to just, for this particular project, just a little bit of a brief history. Now, Elizabeth hit on most of the bullet points. Project came before staff as a staff approved addition 2020. And the owner had a contractor working with him on this particular project. He does travel about 200 days a year, so he really relied on the contractor. Now, we all remember what was going on in 2020 during the height of COVID. There were some probably missteps through the process. And what I have discovered, and I came in after the fact, I am here for an after the fact because I was hired to do an accessory dwelling and then discovered that there was a notice of violation on this particular project. So just for clarity. So trying to bring everything forward and trying to do some research on certificate of appropriateness plans, permit plans, construction document plans, discovered that there were 3 different sets of drawings somehow or another. I know that there was a civil suit between the owner and the contractor, and because things were done without his knowledge. One of those documents was the windows. So there were Jeld-Wen windows spec'd. They did have the muttons on the windows. However, the muttons were delivered on site and then disposed of. So they still installed the Jeld-Wen windows. Now come to find out, fast forward 5 years, those Jeld-Wen windows are no longer produced. They are discontinued windows. And I want to say they were the 2300 series. Is that correct?
2500.
2500.
Angie, may I interrupt 1 second? I think the bigger issue is they were never approved for window replacement at all.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
okay.
Yes, understand. So there were windows ordered. There were some windows that were decayed. They were replaced as a replacement window. I do not believe they were approved. That was part of the certificate of appropriateness to not replace the windows. The windows were replaced. I do not have any documentation. This was a for sale by owner. There's no document as far as like a realtor.com or anything that you can go to research this house as far as its existing conditions. Windows were replaced. There were some other things that were done. The house was added to. I know there was a discrepancy of the 15 feet. One of the drawings had a dimension from the back of house to the back of the addition. One drawing had from the front of the house to the back of the addition. The drawings were a complete mess. Not making any excuse. I know that the responsibility lies on the property owner to come back to commission. That did not happen in the process. So I know we are here for an after the fact. We're looking at it as if it had never been built and what are the conditions that we have to abide by. Number one, the windows. So in working closely with Elizabeth, we determined that we needed to reinstall the muttons the way they were. Can't take the whole window unit out, but there were wood, and that's the slide that you see before you, slide 14. Please.
Yeah, I'll get into it. Yeah.
So slide 14.
14.
Yes, please. So we actually anticipated this because there was a time frame where we could get them rebuilt. So the muttons you can see the profile of the mutton that is now actually installed in the window. Slide 15. And while it looks, it's a wide angle shot, so the window looks distorted, but they are in a rectangular format. So the muttons have been installed as a 6/1. So I know that you're going to probably deny the application to remove the windows and install new, but working with staff, we already have replaced them with the same exact mutton pattern that was there before. That's the first part of the application. So the rear addition, the reason, again, I'm here is because the rear addition exceeded the 50% that staff can approve. It grew by an additional 10 or 12 feet, I believe the dimension was. And so coming before you to look at this application as if it had not been built. The windows on both sides, we have provided to you what was given to us as the drawings that were approved versus what is here now. So a side-by-side comparison, as you can see, left, right, front, and rear. The front did not change. The rear changed where the porch was located. And, well, yes, so slide 13. And I'm sorry, I can't see it, but slide 13, you can see what we have on the left of slide 13 is what was approved, and then what was actually built today with my verification. There was a comment about the cedar shake. They thought there were panels. They are not. They are individual cedar shakes on the back of the house. They're just painted black and they look continuous and solid. So that is installed. The back porch, because of the grade of the property, as you can see in the image in the middle of slide 13, the grade is higher. And so instead of having an entry point dead center of the rear elevation, the entry point was shifted to the left side. And you can see that in the next slide 15, I believe. No, keep going, 16 maybe? I'm sorry, the one where it shows the left elevation.
Okay. That's 14.
Yes, slide 14, excuse me. So slide 14, you can actually see the opening on the bottom left. So, okay. Elevation changes, window location changes. So what the window placement is based on the function of what's happening inside. There's kitchen, bathroom, and laundry area in the floor plan that does prohibit windows being added in that extra space of stucco. However, we would certainly look at options to resolve that with staff. I'm just going to go through all the violations. Is that okay, Elizabeth, if that's okay? So the front elevation, they added lights, porch lights on the columns. We are going to remove them. We're adding numbers and a planter box on the front so that resolves the light issue. The front door will work with staff. There was a colonial style door added that was not original to the house. When he purchased the property. They did add a 9-light wood door to the front. Not necessarily a Craftsman style or bungalow style door, but we can work with staff on the door. And then the front sidewalk was concrete. It was in very, very bad shape. The risers, it looks like it's painted, they're stuccoed. So he re-stuccoed the risers. It matched the house, which is white. The slate sidewalk as not an approved material for the front. I want to point out that we did provide 17 examples of painted brick, painted sidewalk, a couple of other examples. Of the 17 examples that we provided, there's only one that is historic. To that point, I want to make that when they did that, he walked around the neighborhood and looked at all these houses and said, this one has it, this one has it, this one has, well, it must be approved. That is not an excuse. I understand that. But when you look at neighbors' context, 17 examples that we provided, one is historic. And I think moving into another subject, I think there needs to be more dialogue with homeowners to say, you do need to do a little bit more digging in the research to find out which ones are. But I point this out because I think there are so many after the fact applications, when you look at your context, your street and everything else, that they're looking at their neighbors, and 16 out of 17 have something that is not approved. Again, we will work with staff. We're willing to change that. Again, the material to remove from slate, to do probably a brick paver, stamped concrete, do something that would be acceptable based on the design standards. The just review one more item. So again, I just want to reiterate, after the fact applications, I know I keep pounding this on some of my other projects, is they're to be reviewed as if they've never been built instead of a comparison of what was and what is. And so if we can look at that in this application, I would stress that. And as far as additional information, there was a garage. I do have 20 examples or 20 documents. I missed the deadline by 4 hours on Monday. So I just have a package that this is going to be applicable to this application and number 7, because they kind of tie together. So if we can pass those around, that would be great. The garage was also an item on here that was removed in the process. It was an old building, an old metal building that was added. Now, I've done some research and I don't have but one photo that the owner provided. There was no other documentation that we could find. I did go to Time Machine and I went back to 1938. I could not find it in 1938. However, I did find a shadowing of this garage in 1951. And so there, and you're going to see some information that is before you. What I did is based on proportions, tried to give you a dimension of this garage. And you'll see that in the bottom right-hand corner of the second page of this document. It was roughly 20 feet in one direction. I do not know the other. I can tell you that the roof pitch was roughly a 5/12 pitch, and that again is based on proportion, counting the rafters, right? So it's not very scientific, but it is something that can bring forward. This is the only photograph that we have of this garage. So the garage, I believe, being in very, very, very poor shape, was demolished. We're asking, I don't know, Christy, if that has to have a separate certificate of appropriateness or it can be part of this NOV approval. That's something I would have to ask.
It's included as part of this.
Okay, perfect. So I'm providing the information for the the garage accessory building. The painted brick chimney, the brick chimney that was there was falling apart and the mortar was disintegrated, and so the owner felt that he could paint it. Again, if we need to do something that would strip the paint on that, we're willing to look at something. There's options that we can work with staff. I think that's it, folks. I think that's it.
Angie,
Yes.
think, so that our attorney doesn't have any objections to the supplement information, but we would like you to explain it so we can label them in as certain exhibits. I will say the third one probably applies more to your second application.
It does.
Okay,
But I
so,
want, it's the same address, so I thought I could just
usually we
separate them.
We separate them, so, did we pass them all out?
Yes.
Okay, Commission, you are directed to ignore the third one at this time. You are, if you hold it up to show them, applicant's exhibit number 1 is the COA, which I believe we should have included. Yes. That, yeah, this is, let's go in order if we can. What was
This was first?
okay, let's go with that. This is first, if you would hold that up to everybody. This is applicant's exhibit 1. This is the metal garage. Okay. What was second?
Second was the supplement to the ADU.
That is to be ignored. This is our second one, which is to be ignored. Okay, and then our third one. What is that? The COA is in here.
Okay, what, so
is it
that
for this
COA
address?
is an example of
It's just
projects
like,
that was approved. It also goes with number 7.
It also goes to number 7. Okay, so disregard everything. We're just looking at applicant's exhibit number 1 again, which is the metal building on the front. That's the only one that goes with this application. We'll get back to the others later. So that's part of exhibit number 1. It's all stapled together. Applicant's exhibit number 1 is 2 pages, I believe. Okay,
Yes, thank you for.
Yep,
for
we
that
got it.
Clarity, because they're intertwined. I put them in one package, but page 1 is the metal building, page 2 is the time machine exhibit that's on Mecklenburg County's website that if you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, went back to 1951. I could not find a shadowing of a garage in 1938. So we do know that the house was built in 1930. So somewhere between 1930 and 1951, this metal structure was built and then removed in 2020. So. Okay.
All right, thank you, Angie. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lineberg?
Sorry,
would you please use your mic? Thank you.
The original COA was issued to it, but did the ownership change hands? There was an original, so it is the same owner.
Yes, Felipe Ho is the owner, H-O, and he purchased the property and submitted an application for a certificate of appropriateness as an addition. It was staff approved because it was less than 50% of the heated square footage of the principal structure. It grew.
Good. I just want to clarify that. Thanks.
And I have 2 clarification questions. You mentioned, the last thing you mentioned was about restoring the painted brick on the chimney. Is that what you,
Yes.
the last item you,
Yes, ma'am.
Spoke
So
of.
The
chimney was
The
painted?
chimney is painted. It matches, I think it's painted black or gray, and it was a dark red. But the photos that I do have that were from Polaris, and you can date back, you can see that the mortar is missing and it's just in very, very bad shape. The entire house was actually in very bad shape.
So the masonry would need to be restored if it was somehow brought back to its,
Correct.
I don't think that's possible.
I find it very, very challenging to restore disintegrated brick. It would have to be redone.
Yes. And just to clarify too, that there's no existing original windows. They
No, ma'am.
all got trashed. Okay.
And we know that, I know that you're gonna deny the removal of the existing windows and to work with staff on the replacements, which we've already done. So we've anticipated and, had communication with Elizabeth, although I know that staff could not give us a nod to do it. I did authorize the window manufacturer to come back with those wooden muttons. And so they are installed. They're already in, and they are wood windows. They were not aluminum clad. So it was easier to do that, but the muttons are inside and out, and they are mechanically fastened.
I was just looking at what was
Yeah,
on the
this is
screen.
the original window here.
Oh,
One
so
of-
that
one of
those are the original window. Okay.
Yeah.
So we are on slide 30, and you're looking at a Polaris, I believe, image of the
It-
right side of the house.
Yeah, this is from the original COA from the staff approved, just showing the, the existing conditions when we did the staff approval for the addition. Just to give you an idea of the original windows, what it looked like.
And the house was stuccoed. It was stuccoed pink. I know that color is not part of your purview, but it has been redone and painted white or stuccoed white. It is a white colored stucco. It's not paint. So the rear porch, the slide that you're looking at, slide 30, the rear porch was removed. And the entire house was extended, including the gable that you see that's in green cedar shake. The entire house was extended out, and the porch in the back with the aluminum door was removed. And that was approved to be removed.
And have the knee brackets been,
No, the brackets have not
Replaced.
been installed yet.
but that's,
They can be,
okay.
but they're 15 feet further out.
Right.
Yes,
Then they were proposed to be.
correct.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I have a question about the chimney. Can you go back to that again? It looks stucco. Is it
No, it's
stucco or
It is
brick?
painted.
That's not the chimney. That's the bump out. There's the chimney.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
So instead of instead of bumping in, they decided to do a bump out. It looks like doesn't connect with the ground.
Does not.
Yeah, it does not.
Okay, that's odd. So, and I don't know that we have dimensions on that, or do we have on a floor plan? No, yeah, so we need some.
It's like 3 inches of brick, because you could,
Yeah.
the brick is below it. So-
I mean, how much it sticks out, how much it travels, and then how much I think we need some more details, but that's maybe jumping the gun a bit.
All right, any other questions before we close for deliberation?
May I say that, can we provide that information to staff in your deliberation so that we can tell you, if it's 18 inches or 24, whatever that dimension is, we can provide that to you in a document, because I do believe we need that for record, correct? Okay.
Okay, we will now close. I think we can just go down the pieces of the proposal, starting with the windows and the doors. So they replaced original windows that were not originally approved to be replaced, so it feels like that one pretty. Yes, thank you. The second one with the accessory building was demolished, which was not a part of the original COA.
So with the, a demolition, if it's in this repair, that doesn't have the stay, the 365 day stay, is that correct?
Accessory structures, 8.10, I believe it is, or is it 8.9? There is, what are your accessory structures?
Yes,
Section of the design standards,
correct.
is that 8.10?
Yes.
Okay, there is a standard in there that says staff can approve dilapidated accessory structures. However, the building's gone, so staff can't approve it, so that's why it's before the commission.
Right.
And you can determine if it's, dilapidated and can be removed. The threshold is much less for accessory than main.
Thank you.
Basically, we're looking at the picture to determine whether it's dilapidated.
And knowing that the year of construction was somewhere in the 30s, 40s, 50s, knowing that the year of construction was prior to 1951, I'm comfortable saying that's dilapidated enough to merit destruction.
We would approve the demolition of the ADU. All right.
Wait, I thought you just said that you didn't feel like that it warranted demolition.
I said it does, it does. I would approve
Does,
demolition of
okay,
that,
okay,
yes.
okay.
Okay, so now we get into the rear addition. So it was built wider and longer than was approved.
Just longer, right?
Oh, sorry, longer than it was approved. It was bumped out versus bumped in. That's what it was.
You were right, it's wider on the right side.
Okay.
The bump out.
Oh, the bump out.
Can you put some standards to that?
The standards would be the massing, that additions should not be wider and, wider than the, building from the front. I don't have that, I don't have my book in front of me. The idea that it's also 50% larger than the original home and does not do any work to break up that massing along the sightlines visible from the street.
I think they've met the standards for rear additions. I don't think they've met the standards for windows. So like if this came to the commission and they did the little bump out, the commission would consider that a transition. And they're going back instead of up. So that's the preferred method according to additions 8.20 through 8.24, rather than raising the ridge. I think where the issue comes in is in some of the details and how it was executed. So, the rear covered porch detailing, and the lack of windows. So if you go to slide 15 and 14, the commission would have 100% required that there be windows in that space. they would also have 100% required windows be on slide 15 in this other space. But I don't know that the commission would have said no to this addition based on our design standards. So I would encourage the commission to look very carefully at this in their consideration. It does bump out wider with the bump outs and the bump out is floating, something we would not approve. So, asking for additional detail on the bump outs, dimensions. I do believe the bump out is contained within the roof line. So, that's another consideration the commission would have. Is this perfect? No. Is this our preferred? No. If you go to slide 20. But according to our design standards, things don't have to be perfect or our exact preference to meet the standards. So I would just encourage the commission to, really be careful in their deliberation about this project. And it wouldn't be undue requirement to require them to add windows to meet your standards.
I'm looking for the standard on doors and window placements.
Would be
That's
rhythm. Yes.
6.15.
And rhythm too. And it could also be massing, to Commissioner Holtz's point, because the fenestration is needed to break up the massing of that wall. Was there any other issues? There was something about a larger window.
The right elevation. I think.
Yeah. Go to the right elevation, please. On the drawings, please. We should be really looking at the drawings here on out. Yeah. The HVAC isn't shown, but it looks like it's going in the same location on the proposed.
Okay, so if we look at the addition with the fenestration, then it seems like we would require something additional with the windows and the fenestration on the right and the left elevation. To Christie's point, the bump out, and we need some additional information on that.
Supported.
Just to be clear, I would have a problem with coplanar walls. If it's a bump out, then I don't like that it goes wider. And if the bump out is removed, then we've got coplanar walls and no distinction between the addition and the old one. I do not feel that I would have voted in favor of coplanar walls for the addition going against the original house.
Right, yeah.
So I'm not sure how one resolves that. I think it should be bumped in. The bump out does not.
I believe
Does that
that
meet
you
our
got the
standards?
standards by the bump out because it distinguishes between the existing and the.
But it violates the other standard of not going wider.
Go to 16, please. I think it's really good to see here. It's at the rear corners of the house. We require a transition between the original, and you have to be able to read where the original house is.
I do see how they tried to resolve the issue, but my
No, I understand.
comment would be.
It's not
well, you're-
ideal.
You're
I
violating
know.
one way or the other. You can't say, oh, we're differentiating with this violation, and that makes everything okay.
Yeah.
Any other commissioners?
Did we discuss the rear elevation?
And that double French door instead of the window that was approved?
Typically, we can staff approve those things, but if you don't want to, you're absolutely able to review that.
Well, before we get there, I just wanted to see any other commissioner, what they feel about the bump out, bump in wider. Yeah, no, you're good.
I've got a question for staff and then a comment that. So if, to make it, does a bump in or a non-coplanar, is that as simple as a half brick or something, or?
Sometimes.
Yeah, so it could be a inch off and then bump back out and
Mhm,
just have that delineation.
mhm. Yeah,
Okay,
there's a lot of ways to achieve.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Mhm.
we've done that before. I just want to make sure we're
Yep.
clear on that. It doesn't have to be set in a foot.
massive. Yeah, and it's really project dependent, right? With whatever the exterior material is and,
Right, right.
yeah. Mhm.
Um, so the unfortunate comment is that, the penetrations and the length and whatnot, yeah, it's not ideal. I would probably push back on everybody else here and say, in my mind, that that is, private realm and it's difficult to see from the street. I'll leave it at that.
See where it goes with the motion.
What guideline are we referencing for the no wider than the existing?
It's typically massing that the commission has said very concretely in the past that you are either to go wider. If someone's going, they're either to go wider or taller, but not both. And that's sort of been the direction. The no wider or taller period is staff can't review it.
I've got one question. I don't know if we need to open this up, but the windows, so they have mullions inside and out. Is there a spacer bar? Do we know?
I believe they just applied the mullions on the exterior, but I would leave that to Elizabeth.
Yeah, they've been implied interior and exterior.
There's no space.
There's no spacer bar.
Talk loud enough.
There's no spacer bar.
Okay, are we ready to move on to the porch? Commissioner Limburger, you got something up rear?
Are you talking about the front or are you going to the back, the rear?
The rear, yeah.
It's just that, the original was I don't know that we would approve I know it's the back, it's the rear elevation, but approve the double French door over the window we did approve.
Oh, you're talking about over here.
Yeah. It's minor compared to all the other egregious issues.
And I would say that, like Commissioner Taylor alluded to, is in the very much the private realm of the project. I would, however, want them to replace the knee brackets on the rear elevation, the knee rear elevation, to reflect what was on the rear elevation originally. I think there's 3, right?
Commissioner Stanley, it looks like there's 4 brackets.
Oh, there are. Okay. No, there, is there one at the ridge? No, just the 2 on either side. Okay.
Anything else with the rear? So we have the design of the low wall. You go back to the rear elevation. Right, anything else on rear elevation? So in the staff notes, talking about the beam across the top of the covered porch. Onto the low wall to be continuous across the rear elevation. Up on that.
I'm a little confused about that. So the beam across the porch in the original proposal was not covered by shingles, and the applicant is proposing to cover the beam with shingles.
Apparently.
And is that because the original rear elevation had shingles coming all the way down to the stucco?
The,
We need to reopen.
The original,
back to the original rear elevation picture.
Yeah, they have a little trim board there. So I would say that the a wood trim around the beam would be more appropriate for the rear elevation above the porch. In keeping with the historic language of the house, but
Is that this with covering it with the wood shake?
yes,
Okay.
a rear covered, so deny that and ask the applicant to
Got you.
wrap that beam with wood trim that could be staff approved. The detail staff approved?
Yeah, you can make that a condition.
Okay.
And then the low wall on the rear elevation. Or the difference in the walls on the rear elevation between the columns.
It looks to me as if it goes into the hill more because they went back so much more.
I think so.
So you would or would not approve it?
I wouldn't have approved this length, so I don't.
Yeah.
This is a detail that follows from other things to which I would have said no.
Any other commissioners? Don't think have the way. Or we move on to right elevation and bricks. I think we know. All right, there was also a change on the right elevation. Rear window.
So I'd like to clarify, I'm not sure if it's shown correctly in the drawing. I know we want to focus on the drawings. I'm just showing this for the purpose of this photo. That just a larger window was installed here to match this one versus being a smaller window.
If this were a normal application, this would be a continuation and it would come back for fenestration, a restudy of the fenestration. And we would not have allowed an existing opening to be made larger and that window put in there. So I think we need to ask for a proposal to a restudy of fenestration. I mean, to me, that's, that needs to be part of the motion.
Okay, sounds good, Krista.
And then the painted brick for the chimney.
The chimney needs to be repaired, so remove the paint, repair the chimney. Work with our mortar expert on that, masonry expert.
Okay, looks like everything else is staff approval. They already agreed to some of the lighting, lighting, the front porch. And everything. So,
What about the stone?
they've already agreed to. They
Oh,
said that
okay.
right, yeah, in this month, yeah, that they've already agreed to redo the front porch.
Blue stone?
stone. Yeah,
I think it's perfectly appropriate, to Commissioner Holtz's point, to outline in your decision what is being agreed to and that staff will finalize the details with.
And then just so I'm clear, do we want to continue anything for full board? Review the fenestration? Because I think that adding more windows on the blank parts of the side elevations is probably appropriate for the length of the elevation. However, that can work out. And then I think Commissioner Lineberger, you wanted to talk about the replacement of the window with a larger window.
Let me just ask staff real quickly, would staff be comfortable with, I mean, normally we would not have an elevation like this and us say this is not adequate fenestration and say it can be staff approved. Never, right?
Never.
So-
You usually continue it
That's
for
right.
a restudy.
Right.
Yeah.
it's gonna be multiple motions.
Yeah.
There's gonna be multiple.
Because you can, because otherwise you're designing the project for them by telling them where it goes. Or, they'll suggest something to staff that's not adequate and we'll have to bring it back anyway.
So it just needs to be a continuation for restudy of the fenestration. Show us what you want to do and show us how you're going to change that.
Okay, and then
So
was
for
there
that,
anything else that we were gonna continue? There was, and the solutions for the brick chimney, the painted brick chimney.
yes.
Is that something that needs to come back to the full board, or is that something that can be staff?
That's just a
Nice.
deny.
It's just a denial
Yeah.
and we'll fix it with them.
Okay.
Yeah. And if we can't, you'll see it again.
So it's deny, work with staff to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is to deny replacement windows,
Uh-huh.
because that was a point.
Yeah. And then to both Commissioner Holtz and Commissioner Taylor's point, it sounded earlier like you wanted a restudy on the transition. So
Yes.
Mhm.
So that is probably something that we want to see along with the fenestration.
Yes.
As a continued item.
Yes.
Okay. Should have tried.
Well, yes.
Okay, I am gonna make an emotion that the following project, the following application is the window and door replacement is incongruous with the standards. And what was it? Sorry, I'm not gonna. 1 minute. I lost my piece of paper. The window. Yes, oh, that's me. So item 1, the windows and doors are moved to deny the window and door replacement because the project does not provide sufficient documentation showing the original windows are beyond repair. Under the staff's direction, new replacement windows will be selected to match the original in design and material per Secretary of per HDC standards 4.14 number 1. Next item is demolition of the accessory building.
Wait, so you're on a motion to deny, so you're gonna deny that and the chimney.
Oh, okay, and then go to the next thing. Okay. And then deny the painted brick chimney on the left elevation, and work with staff for solutions.
Commissioner Stanley, just to include, to work with staff on the door as well.
The rear door and, the front door and the windows that were replaced.
Thank you. And the brick is 5.5, number 3. 5.53.
The denying the painted brick on the chimney per HGC standard 5.53.
So there is a motion made by Commissioner Stanley to deny window replacement and brick painting on the chimney. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Right, Commissioner Sowash? Yes. Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to deny passes 10-0.
So then we'll make a motion about the accessory building demolition. I'd like to move that we approve the demolition based on the condition of the building per standard 8.10.1. Do you have any other approvals?
Okay, Commissioner, to approve the demolition of the ADU is made by,
Can I just say, can you add some facts to that? That it's dilapidated, that it appears to have been built between such and such years.
Prior tonight, yes.
Prior to,
Okay.
it appears dilapidated per the applicant's exhibit number 1.
Per the applicant's exhibit, what's the number of the exhibit? 1. The building appears to be dilapidated and was constructed sometime prior to 1951.
okay, motion made.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Commissioner Sobash? Yes. Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock? Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve the demo of the ADU passes 10-0.
We did not discuss what to do about the front walk. Is that just a staff approval and that can be, how does that go into a motion?
We would
I
not,
think it's up to you. Denial.
yeah, I mean, we wouldn't approve Slate on the Walk.
Okay.
And all of those photographs,
Mhm.
I mean, they give the argument of why we wouldn't even approve. I mean, if the homeowner walked around the neighborhood and took those pictures of all those concrete sidewalks,
And
that
that's all
would be the
posted.
standard.
Yes. So should we add that to
And
the?
Go ahead and add.
Okay.
Before you go around your neighborhood, I'll add that. We call the HDC and ask our staff.
And I don't know what
That's great advice for anything you want to do.
what's that?
Could you recommend a standard for that?
Yes, can you pull up the standards?
Thank you.
I move that we deny the front walk changes based on standard 8.2.
Okay. Motion to deny front walk changes is made by Commissioner Stanley, seconded.
I'm sorry, it's front porch and front walk. Okay, changes.
Seconded
Second?
by Commissioner Holtz. Discussion? Okay, Commissioner Spillage,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to deny passes 10-0.
And I move that we continue the review of the rear. Oh, gosh,
Addition.
we forgot that. Rear addition. Based on some additional detail on the fenestration, a restudy of the fenestration of the rear of the building, based on standard 6.151 A and B, wide expanses of wall and the rhythm, and the delineation between the new and historic home, based on standard 6.20. Number 3, I believe, is the right standard.
16 or so.
I think that's it. And then we need to move to approve the, and provide a revised elevation, rear elevation showing the, wood knee brackets to be replaced to reflect the original rear elevation of the historic home
And the triple.
and the trim board around the porch.
Is there anything in the piece that you want to add with the staff approval that doesn't, like just to, oh, sorry. Is there anything that you want to add to make sure that they work with staff on that's in the bottom piece that staff can work
The
on?
rear elevation could be staff approved, providing that they give a detail for the wrapping of the rear beam at the rear porch beam, with wood trim as well as adding the knee brackets.
Motion.
Just,
Yes,
I just think we need to add in there that it's fenestration for the whole on the right and left elevations also. I just didn't hear you say that.
Yes. The,
Restudy the fenestration for,
for the whole rear
Right.
addition.
right, well, the right, yeah,
Right
right,
and left, the entire.
right and
issue,
left
yes.
elevation as well, yes.
Commissioner Lineberger, was there anything that you wanted to add with the opening you were talking about in the rear or?
I think
That's
that's
fine.
part, I'd like to see that as part of the restudy.
I think that that's probably can be included in
Yes.
the
Restudy the
fenestration study
existing,
for the whole.
right, that we would require the existing opening to be respected and not enlarged.
Motion made by Commissioner Stanley, seconded by,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley.
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
No.
Commissioner Burns,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell. Yes, motion to pass, or motion to continue passes 9-1. Is that it? Okay.
Okay, thanks, everybody. The next application is 2011, 2015, 2019, 2023, and 2027 Thurman Place, which is Van Landingham Building 3. The applicants are here in the room. They have brought some, information for the supplement. You've been sworn in? Yes, yes. Okay, great. Over to you again, Elizabeth and Candace.
Right. This next application is for 2011, 2015, 2019, 2023, 2027 Thurman Place. The property is at 2010 The Plaza, which is the Van Landingham Estate, a designated local landmark. On May 12th, 2021, the commission approved the construction of 4 new buildings that comprise a total of 22 townhomes. Design changes to Building 4 and subsequently at the same time, design changes to Buildings 2 and 3 were approved by the commission on January 23rd, 2023. Staff conducted a final inspection of Building 3 on August 15th, 2025, and found deviations in the built project from the COA. While staff has worked with the applicants to approve certain changes, the remainder of the presentation today illustrates how the project was built differently than the approved plans. The applicant is proposing to come into compliance by requesting the commission's approval of design changes to Building 3, which faces Thurman Place and Belvedere Avenue. I'm just going to touch on some of the high points of how the project has changed. Some of the changes to highlight are the size and style of some windows, cornice and trim details, foundation wall height changes, and dormer roof pitches being shallower than approved. The applicant has provided as-built drawings, starting on slide 16. Okay. Just a moment. And with these drawings has also provided some proposed elevation drawings underneath the as-built to address some of the design changes. And so I'll let them go into that with their presentation. Particular changes to note are the change in width of unit 2023. and a patio addition around unit 2027. This project is considered an after-the-fact review, with the commission reviewing the project on its merits as if the work has not yet occurred. We have the applicant here in the room with us. John's been sworn in, he said. So can you just state your name and your address for the court reporter, please?
Yes, John Mang with Intech Group, 2459 Wilkinson Boulevard, Charlotte, 38208.
Yeah, and just let me know where you'd like to go in the presentation.
If you can maybe just go up to the first slide real quick. I don't think we need to spend too long on these. We provided a narrative for the response to all of the items that were identified in the report. I would want to say just real quick, similar to building one, which was approved with some comments in the last meeting. We were not the architect of record or the design architect, nor involved with this during construction. Our service has been retained by the applicant to help them through this process of this after the fact presentation. So with that, for all of the similar conditions that we were approved last month for building one, the rake edge to eave detail or soffit detail, fascia detail, I'm sorry. The door changes that happened during construction to all the public facing doors, and then the alley side doors. There's some of the louvers that were missing in the gable vents. And missing brackets, and the window muntins that were missing are all going to be conformed back to the standards and the precedent that we set at the last meeting. So there's certainly some consistency from building one to building two. Then you'll see that again, or I'm sorry, building three for this one. You'll see that again for building two and building four eventually as well. So we want to continue that process, that whole process through. A picture here of the door and the bracket and the window muntins that will be added where they need to be added as identified in the proposed elevations that you'll see have been provided here. And those are the same details that we looked at in the last meeting regarding building one. To note the bracket, this bracket has been confirmed. There was some discussion about that in the last meeting that would pertain to building one. The bracket, the intent of this, there's only one bracket missing on this building. That bracket was actually on site in the garage when at the time of the report. It has been installed since then, so that is already up and in. The rake, I think the discussion was regarding the angle of the kicker is consistent with the rest of them. And, you know, that is something that will continue for the other buildings as well in terms of concept. So with that, I think we can just go down to, and we provided a narrative by elevation that corresponded to the notes that were in the deficiency letter. There is one item, we can stop here. There was a porch that was added that wasn't quite as originally signed or approved in the original COA documents, and some steps coming down. This is on the entry drive. We are proposing to add a planter there to soften that edge as you come in and provide some greenscape, as well as help with transition from the stair that comes down and the patio that was built out to that stair. It's kind of an awkward transition at this point, and that helps clean that up to have a termination point to the stair as it goes up to the rear patio. And again, that planter areas, and there's some detailed drawings. This is just a quick sketch and concept to show that in theory, and we can keep going down. Another on the north elevation, there was an overhang on one of the entryways that had a part to the right-hand side of the image you see to the right that was not in the original drawings that was added. We're proposing to take that back to bring that in alignment with the approved COA drawing, so that would be remedied. And if you continue going down, please, 14. Here is where the south elevation, again, most of the items here were related to the gable vent and I believe the roof pitch, but on this elevation, there is some additional, height in the foundation wall, that goes up to the stair. There was also, sidewalk that was in the approved COA drawings that was not installed at the time of the letter, and that the walkway will be provided, as it was, shown in the drawings, and we have a diagram of that here. But the main, thing I want to draw everybody's attention to is in the orange, rectangle, in the lower left-hand corner. During construction, there was a piece of the CMU foundation walls that was actually built out proud brick, finished brick surface. And there was, you can see in this area here, a bit of a brick projection that was built out that was not in the approved COA drawings. There's also a more severe grade change in this area that was originally shown in the approved drawings. So what we're proposing to do is to kind of continue that brick over a little bit to line up with the window, and then provide a retaining wall that holds up the grade a little bit, and then a smaller patio. This unit doesn't have a patio, to provide them with some outdoor space and a couple of steps to transition down to the walkway that goes out to the street, to the public street. And if you want to keep going down, please, Elizabeth. The last item of note was regarding some of the landscape in the tree save area. The owners have been working with the city tree ordinance. All this was approved actually as an RTAP about I think at the beginning of this year, maybe end of last year. There are 3 trees that were a part of that we're going to be replacing some of the greenscape that was adjusted throughout construction. Those have not been installed yet, but we're waiting on the city arborist to come and tell us where they would like those trees located. There are also some power lines overhead that are coming down the street that we want to make sure that we're staying out of conflict with. And then the other item to note is the historic path as it was noted on the survey. And that is something that was ghosted in we don't have any images of this. This has all been, was cleared out of there at some point. But that pathway was part of the original Van Landingham estate. And over the years, it is, I mean, literally the pathway when construction was started, is my understanding that it was really just a couple of bricks and some gravel walkways that were in very bad disrepair. With the addition of these buildings to the site and the way that the slope slopes down to the existing pond, they did not go back with a gravel walkway as of yet because the slope is kind of severe in that area, and there's some concern about water during rain events washing gravel down the bank towards the pond. So, but that, as was noted in the original survey, and this was approved in this condition by Landmarks Commission when the site plan was approved, because of, involved Van Landingham estate property, that this direction was approved by Landmarks at that point. If you continue down, here we just have all the elevations, the approved COA drawings, the as-built conditions, and then really after all the proposed changes that we have here today, we circled those in orange as it relates to the deficiency letter as well. So you can see where those are the areas of focus. And you can see everything's on one page, so you can compare all 3 elevations at one time and view them side by side. Are there any questions? Oh, yes, the supplemental, I apologize for that. That got caught up in the holidays. I didn't realize it was Monday. It's the, I think staff comments had to provide roof pitches and some foundation heights on the as-built drawings. So all that is, it's the same elevations you have here, just with some data included, which are the roof pitches.
We will let our attorney review those. Okay, so applicant's exhibit number 1, it's 2 pages. And it shows the roof pitches and foundation heights. Okay, pass it over, you can pass it around, yep. John, you're good?
Yes.
Do we have any callers? No callers? Chair Bell, whenever you're ready.
Any questions or comments for the applicant?
Question, I think it's slides, actually, the slides on the proposed north elevation.
Still.
There we go, the center.
That's slide 16, sorry.
What is the, interesting, in comparing it with the hospital, what is the proposed change there?
I think that one is just highlighting it to the area where the door is different from the COA condition. The door that is shown in the proposed elevation is in consistency with the direction that we approved in the last meeting for the doors on the non-public facing buildings for.
You just highlight.
We'll just highlight it, yeah. Yeah.
A question for you about where all of the places where you've got gutter meeting issues. We had noticed 4 or 5 different conditions and asked for that to be brought into one pattern and to provide drawings of that. I don't see that.
You didn't.
That was building 1. We are, I think if I'm mistaken, we haven't seen the final letter yet for building 1. But
Sorry,
the intent
okay.
here is there are a few conditions. I believe they were, you can see them right here. This is one area where the approved COA drawing, the rake edge condition comes down a little bit short of where the fascia terminates in. So that would be brought into the same consistency as that we approved for building 1.
So this is a brand new.
I'm so sorry.
Application.
You mentioned the gutters earlier than, and.
Yeah, he brought it up and compared it to the one that we
Ah.
continued last
Catching
month.
up. Thank
That was the plaza and not Thurman.
Thank you, Deb.
So it's the other
Yeah.
side.
Yep. Okay.
So I think the challenge of that, what that is speaking to, or question is speaking to the challenge of you can't refer to that previous and say, what's that detail? Because we're not looking at that detail. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. Yeah.
So I think that's the challenge that's presented here. And so we probably needed to see a little more versus your reference.
Gotcha.
I'm going to go ahead and take another moment of privilege. This is super frustrating for me because I went through this whole process. And I'm just stunned at these after the fact reviews. I mean, it is wasting our time, staff's time, everyone that's sitting in here waiting for reviews and waited months for reviews. It's just disappointing, and it's unfortunate that it seems to be an issue where we're just going to do what we want and we're going to come back with it and see what they say. I know that you were not the architect and you were not the builder and you brought in late. But it's really a problem. I mean, it's super frustrating. So,
Second.
yeah, thank you.
Third.
I mean, this was hours and hours and hours of review that went the full 6 months.
I know.
And I had a feeling this was going to happen the whole time. I was a no many of those months that we voted. And this is why. I just knew this was going to happen. And so that's off. I guess I'm not really allowed to say that, but
It's okay.
it just speaks to the frustration. A lot of people on here were not on the commission then. I know Scott was and Brett was maybe.
If I can say something, John's the reason why we're coming to resolution with things. So he's been great to work with staff. And he's the reason we're here to work through this. Like we weren't making any forward momentum before John joined. So we thank John for his help. Yeah.
Process.
Yeah.
And I apologize for leaving that detail out because I was trying to streamline the process and being just aware of everybody's time. So I apologize for that.
But there are people that weren't on, it's more, we need comparison. What is there and what is proposed totally separate from what is on the other property. They could all be separate.
I'll just say quickly, on the other hand, I wasn't part of the original review, and these, the elevation presentations of the approved, the existing and the proposed are very clear and helpful and as far as understanding.
Okay, any questions for the applicant before we close?
One more quick thing. I'm looking at what we approved and your changes. The windows don't seem to have been resolved. The windows are still narrower.
There was only one, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there was the big window issue was there was a triple window that was shown as a triple window in the approved COA drawings. When they installed them, it was a double window next to a single window. That has since been fixed. And there are two windows. They are W
Could you show me-
34 and 48 on the north elevation.
Could you please point to them on the elevation? I can't find them.
Elevation, please.
Can you take your mic, please?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I'm definitely not a singer. You said in the microphone. It is. This is the window that was a triple, or shown as a triple, but it was installed as two doubles and a single. That would be, I think it was already fixed, and that's why it's showing up as the as-built when we get out there, and that has been removed to be the triple. And then, if you go back up, see if I can put my eyes to figure out 48.
The sizes are different.
Yeah, it was, I believe it's this one here. And
At the top, the second from the right and second.
it might be this, that's the window size, yeah, so I think we're proposing to put a vertical muntin in that window from a scale standpoint of the glazing proportions, be a little bit more in line with the rhythm of the other windows.
Looks to me like there's no change between the as-built and your proposed changes
So
on your drawings.
Elizabeth, can you go to slide 28? So I think this is it, right? The purple? Yeah.
I'm not talking about those windows.
Yeah, that's right. You can see here, there's the double, and then
No,
there's
that's what we're asking.
where the single was molded in.
I think.
No, I'm talking about different windows. I'm talking about on slide 16. The window proportions, if you look at the very tip, at the very far left, there's a large one, then a narrow one. That's not what you built. It's not remediated in the drawings. So we asked you to restudy that. I don't see any.
Correct, and if you go down to there might not be showing up here, but there would be some vertical muntins installed in that window is the proposal that's in the narrative. I'm not sure why it's not, but.
Again, we need to see what you're going to do. For every single thing, we need drawings that are correct before we can approve things. This has been one of our consistent issues, that things come to us with a narrative or without clear drawings, and it is inappropriate to ask us to approve things without this.
Should be like 27. The window that's there is not. Drawing. It looks like it's right.
Could be a different.
That's the same.
It is the same building.
Well, it's newer.
We went back, we remodeled this entire building. The original drawings were not very accurate to what, there were some plan inconsistencies with elevation inconsistencies and the grade issues. So we went back, we have a three-dimensional model that we built of this entire thing as part of our as-built investigation. So it may just be an oversight of the layer that's turned off, but I apologize for that 100%.
I understand you're doing the best you can with what you've got, but we've got to also do the best we can with what you give us according to our standards. And if we don't have complete information, it's very hard to apply our standards.
Well, no, I want to clarify because that is the north elevation. That's how the north elevation is built, right? I'm looking at slide 16 on my screen, but then comparing to that. And of course, that's what that is too.
So just want to clarify, this is one end of the building. And I believe Commissioner Holtz was talking about the opposite end.
Okay, that's where I was. Okay.
So I can get a photo.
But the drawings do indicate that they're the same wider window on both ends.
There's a
Yeah.
wider window.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is,
I just want to see if we're on this.
this is the photo of that leftmost end of the elevation. This is the north elevation.
It was built as CRA approved.
I believe
So
this
yeah,
window-
that looks accurate to me.
We brought it to your attention because we want to be authentic and the actual as-built conditions. That window is a little bit different in this drawing here than it was.
Oh, I see.
There's less on the as-built.
Yes.
But it looks like what you're pointing to is the vent, or I guess
true.
it's a vent or something
No,
that's missing.
Yeah.
Well, this
is
was for the
definitely-
Yes, but so is
Yeah.
that what you're pointing, or is it the?
No, I was saying in the drawings, the windows don't meet, you didn't address the window condition that we had a problem with. Now you're showing us a photograph that looks like it has been addressed.
So just to clarify, I'm not sure if with this building, and just making the distinction between building 1 and building 3, I'm not sure that we were calling out an issue with this condition. The representation in the drawings may be, slightly more narrow or more wide, but overall, I don't believe this was a condition that we were trying to call attention to. For the purposes of this final inspection report, we were calling attention to the difference in this gable and the lack of the gable vent and the missing trim, per these notes here. So if you, the commissioners, feel that there's other issues with the windows that were not pointed out, like you can discuss that.
So to your point, you're right. I mean, the original that we approved had a narrower trim. Or because it had a narrow trim because it had a larger window. So it's just, are we good with that? Yeah, there's the difference.
But the as-built is closer to. And the as-built condition in the drawn is not, doesn't jive with the
So just to clarify, the comment is that the as-built drawing doesn't actually match what was built.
Which slide shows the photograph of the as-built? For what, for the image that's up for you now?
16, I believe. Was it 16 or
25.
was that 20?
Yeah. What's the other side?
Here we go.
And staff clarify the comment is regarding the missing soffit vent.
Yeah.
And not the window.
I'll repeat again that this red box is correlating with these red text that says the gable vent is missing, this vent here. And that the trim bands at the top and bottom of the bump out are different. I think it's important to just review the drawings of the building and the photos of the building and not necessarily the commentary. This is the building as it is today.
All right, any other questions? Okay, we will close for deliberation. So. Right. Okay, if we walk down each proposal. Starting with, where are we starting with?
Page 2.
Sure. Okay. Roof changes, southeast and west elevation. We are looking at this as built. Would we approve? What would we want them to change? So what do we think?
This is so enormous.
This, what did, oh, this is south.
Elizabeth, would it be possible to show, for you to indicate to us on this drawing, what we're talking about when we say the roof changes east and west elevations? Page S3, 710. I found this to be enormously confusing.
I'm sorry, would it be easier to point out what they're not gonna do? It's just what is actually different. What I got from it, sorry for my ignorance, but typically, I'm putting the patio is different. There's a few other things that are maybe a window or something's different, but for the most part, they're trying to fix it to where that needs to be, so. Can we shorten the session and say, okay, these are the things that they're not able to fix or not able to put back to the COA, and this is their resolution to that. And everything else is gonna be right? I mean, is that fair?
This may be where my lack of construction experience comes in, but I haven't seen them saying, here's how we're going to fix the numerous issues that you pointed out.
There's a few things like that, but I think, there's a bunch of things that they've said.
Okay,
we're gonna Make it
okay.
right. We're
And
gonna,
I'm,
I mean, you
yeah.
just said, we're going and redoing it and making it all to the, as much as physically possible.
Well, I would also remind everyone that we have heard from not this individual, but this applicant, that they were going to do things, and then the evidence that has been presented has not matched the narrative that they gave us.
But there's gonna
Is
be
that a
another
fair-
inspection after the fact, right? I mean, once it's said and done, there's gonna be another inspection that
yeah, this is, then we'll do this again if it's not right.
Well, I think this is the first time that building 3 has been before the commission. So really all that you can base it
You'd
on
like
is
to
what has
just
been
be
presented to you
building
today.
Got it.
Yes.
Got it.
So would those things be the things that they put in?
And just a reminder that you're looking at this as if it hasn't been built yet. So if there's anything there that, you would approve as a commission, just look at it as if it hasn't been built. So that might help you versus comparing it to what is there, because we're not supposed to be comparing it to what has built. Has
Correct.
been built, nor previous buildings that we've seen.
And just for further clarification on my comment, you cannot consider a situation where they have indicated something and potentially that has not occurred. The only thing that's for consideration for the commission as to this issue is what is in evidence today.
So to Commissioner Taylor's point, what would those things be that we go with that?
Well, if we want to kind of do it in a streamlined fashion, as Chair Bell was starting out with, going down the line, if we look at roof changes, there's changes in roof pitches. I believe those dimensions have been provided in the supplement for the as-built roof pitches. So you would need to look at the building as it is today. Would we be approving the roof pitches that you see in the gables and the dormers in the main ridge? Would you be approving those roof changes or roof pitches?
Just let the record show that Commissioner Lineberger left the meeting at 3:02 PM.
I can keep going. Okay. With window changes, again, I think there may be some discrepancy or challenge between how the photos of the as-built project are being viewed as compared to the as-built drawings. And so what I would advise here is look at the project, would we approve the window openings, the window styles, the trim details of those windows? Would we approve what we have before us today or not? The same thing goes with the door selections, and then considering those, the front entry and the rear entry. I'm just going down the list of the staff analysis. I'll bring it up really quick up here. We get to foundation changes. We are seeing that there are changes in the as-built project and different portions of the building where some foundation wall heights may be higher or lower. Again, not trying to compare, but relating those existing as-built today foundation heights with historic buildings and foundation detailing in that regard. Number 5, with cornice and trim changes, looking at things such as those where eaves are intersecting with each other, the proportion of fascia, sizing, things like that, and how that relates to historic buildings. With elevation, general elevation changes, This is broken out in number 6 in the staff analysis by elevation. And again, in your supplements, there's been some dimensions provided. So you want to be looking at things such as the proportion of dormer size and width of the townhome units themselves in relation to each other. Looking at the arrangements of gable vents, details, windows, you know, are those acceptable? Do those fall in line with the standards? Looking at the proposed planter on that east elevation. And just looking at all the different changes for concrete steps, looking at the entry steps. That's the building, and then we have site changes next.
All right, so we have a supplement that has roof pitch dimensions. We look at these on the different elevations. Are we okay with these roof pitch?
Yes.
Okay. Are we okay with, based on the staff analysis, it says a change in roof pitch on dormers and gables are incongruous with design standards roof 6.31 and 3. Is there something we want to do about that?
I would ask that we consider continuing this and using this staff analysis as our instructions. Back. I have addressed every one of these items. I don't think we can come up with a better list.
That's very elegant.
So I will make a motion. I will. This application. And I want to refer to the staff analysis on page 5. And I would. The motion will include all items 1 through 7. That's my motion.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Whitlock. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner, I don't know, that was Taylor or Alred. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Sowash.
Can I ask for clarification before we move on? So in terms of the supplement that was provided, the roof pitch information, I think there was just some conversation potentially that was approved. And then there's the dormers and gables. So in terms of continuing that item, just want to clarify that.
For me, I would like to see a complete package.
What, can you say what?
Everything on that do set address. And see that.
Correct. I agree with that because there was no motion to approve that, but can you clarify in terms of what you want for the roof pitch information?
Like in addition.
Yeah, in addition to what they've provided today.
I think he's saying, I think what I'm hearing you say is to not break it out like that, but to take the staff analysis and back up a little bit and go back to, and give us all the information at one time, that we're a little unclear, and it would be better to see it in its entirety. Is that what everybody heard?
Okay.
Melissa, so we can review it, Melissa.
I mean, if that's your motion, then that's fine. I just want to make sure that that's clear in terms of what's being asked for.
So everything in the staff analysis plus the information that was provided today in one complete package to be submitted back to as part of the continuance.
I think that too, that I would add to that a more comprehensive list of how the items have been addressed through each one, regarding the comment, staff analysis regarding the windows. The windows as represented in the drawings, since you are ignoring the imagery that was provided, would not then be approved as in the drawings provided. But we've seen pictures that the windows exist correctly. So it's hard to determine with the number of items and the number of elements that are being reviewed and requested for staff analysis and review. It's hard to identify between the approved COA, the previously proposed elevations, the currently proposed elevations, knowing that there are elements that have been constructed differently.
Well, and after the fact, we're supposed to look at what they're proposing to do at this point forward, and that's what I would be looking for. As far as the comparisons, like you have the as-built and then the new plan, nothing in between, and it would just be a matter, and it could highlight everything that is affected. Easy for us to identify those.
And indeed, and that's kind of what my comment is, highlight the elements and how they're being addressed. If I look at this last submission, the window would be a topic for us to discuss, even though in the alternate universe, we can't talk about, it exists correctly. But the window, as we are allowed to look at it, would be a topic that we would have to discuss.
So I think that just goes into having accurate drawings.
Correct.
Okay, so you can just.
And to speed the process, I would suggest identifying how you've addressed each one of those within the drawing submission.
I would advise the applicant that not trying to abbreviate the upfront part, but make it so that it's comprehensive and clear. So we can see that and just check.
And maybe make it put to the staff comments.
That's a question.
No, we're in the middle of a motion also, so. Yeah. So, Attorney Inman, are you?
Yes, I would say just let's repeat the motion.
Okay.
Please.
I move that we continue this application and requirements for this continuation would be for the applicant to address items from the staff analysis on page 5 and 6, items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in their entirety.
With accurate drawings. Accurate drawings.
Yes, and have accurate drawings that show, that highlight clearly all affected items.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by Commissioner Allred. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Soash,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock, Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0. Do you want his question with staff or with?
Yeah, I said, we submitted. Number. We had one window that made a question, all of that. But we see a lot of drawings. Yes, and we're gonna narrow which one of those items.
Oh, do we want a break?
Yes.
Okay, 15 minutes. We'll be back at 3:30. Slide.
Hello and welcome back to the November 12th HDC meeting. Our next application is 1904 Wooddale Terrace, and I believe the applicant is in the room. Hi, Michael. This application is for the addition of dormers on the front on the front elevation of the home, as well as a covered stoop addition and a front walkway replacement. The front stoop was approved at the October meeting, I believe, and we do have some continued items, the dormer and front walkway. The applicant again is in the room. Have you been sworn in, Michael?
I have not.
Has not been sworn in. So anyone in the room or online, if you have not been sworn in, please raise your right hand and get sworn in right now.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter, and then let me know where you'd like to start your presentation.
Okay. It's Michael Claffey, 1904 Wooddale Terrace, Charlotte 28203.
Okay, is there a microphone up there?
Yes. Is that taking me
Great.
up?
Okay, great.
You can start on page 7 of the PDF. Okay, so I originally presented in August. There were essentially 3 parts, as you've outlined. The front porch change is has already been approved. So the 2 things I'm addressing today are the dormers and the walkway. So on the dormers, the predominant feedback was on the massing. So I've reduced the overall width of the dormer structure by 20%. I've reduced the windows width by 17%. There was also a comment made that in the original on the left, the dormers were sitting too high on the roof line, too much of a gap below. So I've moved those down. But the overall height of the dormer is unchanged. And then a smaller other detail is the eaves were reduced from 4 inches to 2 inches. So all of these changes were just aimed at reducing the aesthetic and the massing of the dormers. And yes, so the blueprints are all existing on top and then current proposed on bottom. So I don't have any blueprints contrasting what I previously proposed. And then the other change was on the walkway. So currently there's a small concrete walkway that goes from the front door to the driveway. I'm proposing changing that to brick. No changes to the dimensions at all. It's 5 feet wide at the front door and 4 feet wide at the driveway. My prior proposal was for a herringbone mortared pattern, which was not deemed appropriate, so I'm changing it to a simple running bond dry laid. It does have a mortared soldier course on the side. Everything else is unchanged, so I'll leave that to questions from the commission rather than just taking up time.
Thank you. Do we have any? Nope, we have no callers. And just staff analysis is on page 4 of the document. Cheryl.
I would just like to thank you for listening, paying attention, and coming back with and taking the feedback into consideration. Any questions from commissioners?
So the images that you included in your application, not just the changes from the but there's one incidents.
Thank you.
Did have a question on walkway. It's going to be what, or concrete?
Yes.
Is there, and you've gone from a heavy boat to a running boat. It's, you know, when you look at our standards for walkways, it's very much what was what was there originally, what was original intent. Concrete's a brick, doesn't kind of isn't really bridge in terms of the original. Is there a similar precedent that you have usually or an area that speaks to brick walkway and form?
I don't have that handy.
Gotcha.
Walkway, the one in the top middle. Definitely does, but I think it looks like the one on the left, right. That's just a border or something wrong, right? It's great.
Yeah. Is there a brick foundation on this house?
So great.
Yeah.
Do you mean on the top? Absolutely.
You go to the applicant's house.
Are you asking about my home? It's brick veneer,
Yeah. It's painted, but
painted.
it's really,
Yeah.
I think that's enough time to make it. Well, whereas traditionally using more modest materials, I think because of the existing brick, it makes sense to carry it down to the.
And the brick is, per staff suggestion, that went into my crawl space and I'm matching the pattern of the unpainted brick in the crawl space. The picture on the right is inside the crawl space without paint.
And is the standard is replacing like for like, or is it replacing with historical materials?
I think it's trying to replace like for like, and that's why staff couldn't approve it, because typically we would go back with the concrete. So it'll be up to the commission which is not undone by the commission.
And the other part of it was the herringbone. Staff couldn't approve that.
And I do have a staff approval to do the retaining wall, which you can see just even on the slide above it. So that very short, 12-inch retaining wall that's currently cinder block units. So I have a staff approval to replace that with brick. So the intention was to do brick on the retaining wall and the same brick on the walkway leading up to a brick stoop.
And just to confirm, the walkway is not moving or anything, you're just.
Not moving, not changing size.
Okay. All right, any other questions for the applicant?
I had just one clarification. The drawings show the eave detail on the dormers to be close to the side walls. But you have a picture that said you're gonna match well, the front porch, copy the front porch from 2128 Wilmore and from the house immediately to the left, copy the dormers that's on slide 15. And I would encourage you to avoid the pork chop returns if possible.
Okay. Yeah, this slide was was intended to show context of the fact it was a dormer is being copied,
Yes.
not the exact detail of it.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that it was per the drawings rather than per the pictures.
If you choose to approve this, you can just say, work with staff on details. So, thanks.
To that point, volume for the window proportions. Here we've got horizontal oriented, some vertical orientations and that actually existing.
Okay.
Primary.
Okay.
I think that's yeah, there appears to be extra space that you could make this window slightly taller and get that dimension. Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Commissioner Sullivan.
Any other questions?
I have two questions. The drawings and the 3D renderings do not indicate a rake trim board between the roof and the siding. Are you planning to simply die the siding into the underside of the roof?
I could be out of my element here on the answer to that. Is that a work with staff item or?
Yeah, I think that, one of the things that's working for you is that the mass of the trim and the gable. It's diminutive in comparison to the size of the dormer itself. You start stacking more trim to cover the edge of the siding to die that into, you're gonna get your trim rake itself is gonna start to get a much larger portion of the dormer. And my second question is, you're not proposing to remove the chimney cap as indicated in the drawings?
I am not. Apologies about that drawing.
Done a great job.
All right, if there's nothing else, we will close for deliberation. Looks like for the most part, the applicant addressed the items for the continuance. There's some stuff that we would want him to work with staff with.
Let's,
Motion.
I move to approve this application because the proposed project is not in accordance with the special character of the district as described in chapter 3 of its design standards and consistent with Secretary of the Interior standards for historic rehabilitation on page 2.5. Item number 1, former edition, we asked the applicant to work with staff on a study of the minimum performance as they relate to the former light power. The standard is 6.8 and 6.15, 6.16. We're almost very nice. Actually, very level. Staff. Also the front walkway replacements. This was approved. And yes, the applicant to work with staff on the rake trim floor between the roof and the side. Standard 6.14.
As well as the Eber turns.
And the Eber turns, thank you, Commissioner.
Just say all trim pieces, base size, corner size, rates, all that stuff.
Last applicant to work with staff on alternate pieces. As it relates to the application.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded
second,
by Commissioner Holtz. Is there any discussion? Okay, let's take a vote. Commissioner Sowash? Yes. Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
yes,
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
I had stepped out, so I don't know if anyone said this, but as staff, we really appreciate the applicant's efforts to take a meeting and get their presentation together rather than rushing to the next meeting. And it just shows how successful you can be if you take a beat and, work through some issues. So just really thank you so much.
Thank you for your help.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Our next application is 409 Walnut Avenue, and the applicant is in the room. This application was continued for an accessory dwelling unit in the rear yard. The applicant has provided additional information. The footprint has not changed, the height has not changed, and the main gable has not changed. The presentation has changed along the along the left and right elevation in terms of, well, I think it's the left elevation. Let's get there. I'm sorry, the right elevation in terms of the second gable bump out has turned into a shed roof. Angie, you've been sworn in, correct? Okay. If you could state your name and address for the court reporter and let me know where you'd like to start.
Angie Lauer, 50 Simon, 901 Jefferson Road, Charlotte. I also had the supplemental information from came back. Said providing this approved. I think
JT has them? Perfect. Okay, I'll start. I will just take
Okay.
one of each.
Good. That's the next one there.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so the first is a certificate of appropriateness for 703 Walnut Avenue. And the applicant is entering this as applicant's exhibit number 1. The second exhibit is titled 409 Walnut Street, Supplementary Information, September 19th, 2025. And this will be applicant's exhibit number 2. And it is comprised of many pages. So, which one do you want to start with?
So we can start with exhibit number 1.
Okay.
So we were asked to restudy the structure, entirety, scale, roof pitch, bearing heights, plate heights. And so I wanted to show some examples of something that was very near to this as an example that's of an improved project. So we looked at the 709, it was Christie, 709.
703.
703. There's so that sidewalk. Just want to make it of administration as an example. Structure. That structure is very, very similar. Sparse fenestration patterns of what was being approved just a few blocks away. Example exhibit.
Sure. If I may, just as a reminder to the commission, we are not a precedent-setting body. 703 Walnut is a vastly different style of architecture. So just, with those caveats. Thank you.
I appreciate that. It's just the content of wall space to fenestration of really kind of it's made to the supplement first and then jump into the structure. So this is, I give you 703, there's 628 steps. And these are very similar, one-story approved
Okay. If you look at bearing, and this is a detail, and the reason I point this out is, you know, you have from the header of the window 1'6", and it depends on how these rafters sit on the ceiling joist. So in order to have any type of clearance up here, there's a little bit of a knee wall, and then on the next, go up, and this shows the rafters actually sitting on a top plate of the wall. And there, it's a difference. So 7 3/4. So reducing its height from 1'6" to 7 3/4 just by changing your bearing heights of your rafters. It might be getting into more technical detail, but these are the details that we use in order to create height and framing. And we were charged to restudy this in our elevations, the distance between the header of the window and the bottom of the boxing and the details. Now, while it said that we did not change its height, we did not, we changed roof pitch from 6.5 to 6 3/4. While that 0.25% or so change doesn't seem like a lot, but it does. It gains interior space to not have just a, you know, a 3-foot little attic space that doesn't do anything if he wants it as storage. And that's what, you know, the owner wanted, was storage up on the attic so that he had somewhere to put things, right? Because in his house, he has very little attic space. So this was considered attic storage. The other thing was, you know, you were asked for a little 3D model. So on the cover page of this, very simple hand sketch. The other thing was complexity of roof. You can't get any simpler than a gable. The house is a gable, front to back. It's a gable side. There's a side porch gable on the house. I can't change the roof without making it just a flat box, flat square roof. It does match the pitch within 1/4 of a slope. You know, 6 on the house, 6 3/4, 6.5. So the maximum height that we have to work with is 16 feet. I can't go any taller than that and be lower than the house. So there's also a grade change for those. I don't remember if Commissioner Sowash was on the presentation last month. I don't remember. But, you know, there was where we placed this garage based on the alley was because of the power pole that's there. So we're limited to left, right, front to back. Also grade change from the alley to the property, and, you know, lowering this into the like in the ground to try to get that max height. Because if we put it at grade, it'd be taller than the house, and the roof pitch would be next to nothing. So in this presentation, you know, kind of going back to the comments from staff, you know, is it clearly secondary? Well, considering now that you have the proper drawings in front of you of the scale of the house in the notice of violation that was received, it is proportioned. We still have our rear yard calculations. The property was very large, so you're still within your 50% of max impervious for rear yard. You know, it said in here in the staff analysis to consider breaking up the mass. I don't know how I could break this up and not get it any closer to the house and as far as separation. You know, the intent is to have a garage, not an open carport. The carport from the alley does not give any security to this structure. And I can tell you that's probably not an owner option to just have an open carport from the alleyway. We did restudy the roof. The shed on the side was kind of an extension of the roof pitch. We do not prefer the shed. We prefer the little gable that was there. But again, that's something up for discussion. Rhythm and fenestration. That's where I defer you to 703 Walnut. While it is a different style of architecture, it is still a very, very long wall. And that long wall has very little fenestration that's 5 feet away from its property line. So I'm using that as an example. We will provide window details. We do know that it'll be a Geldwin sightline window because the Geldwin 2600 series is not available and they don't longer make it. I think if there's anything else that we could work out with staff, we would like to. We talked about the architecture and the language is the same as the house. It's very simple in nature. The impervious and using Jobin windows. That's it.
Thank you, Angie.
Yes.
Any callers? No callers. Annabelle.
All right. Any questions for the applicants, comments?
Yes. Was there a reason to remove the window within the garage on the left elevation? It showed up on the left elevation previously.
The left elevation. That window. So if you look at the floor plan, we made some floor plan changes for accommodating that. And so the window was removed, which is stairwell area. No, I'm sorry.
It's in the garage.
It's in the garage. I believe one of the previous comments was about fenestration. So we did remove that window in the garage. We added a window on the other side where it was previously a door. In slide 18, you'll see this was an outdoor shed at one time, and we changed it to indoor storage and added a window here and removed the window from here.
And that was omitted in slide 17.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, on slide 17, you can see the shed versus the gable window.
So there is no window in the shed?
I think it was a door and
Okay.
to a window, but it's not showing up as a door to a window.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm sorry. We removed well, in one version of it, I think we had a door and a window and then put the door to the inside. And because of the roof with the gable, it was a window. With the shed, there's no window. So apologies.
And I believe that's the right side shown on slide 15. Where there was a door, a window, and then,
Yeah, yes, correct. If I may, Candace.
Yeah.
So you're on slide 15. It was a door to a shed and a window. And then we removed it because of the shed roof.
That's all my questions.
Any other questions? All right, we will close for deliberation. We ask the applicant to come back to look, to restudy massing, height, width, scale, size, and roof line. How do we feel about the new proposed design?
I definitely appreciate the slight reduction in the height of the building. I think that is more in keeping with the historic rhythm of buildings in the area. I agree that the shed roof over the little bump out is odd because it doesn't allow for a window. And I don't think it would be a mixed message to say, I prefer the October meeting proposal, but I think that that looks much better with the overall structure of the building. And drop that roof down to the same detail of the main roof framing, with the absence of the knee wall above the ceiling framing.
I would agree. I think the front elevation is much improved with the simplification of the gable ends. The right elevation, I don't think the shed roof coming down over the storage room is successful. I would disagree that the second gable, in my opinion, is a solution. I do think that facade really needs that kind of the window fenestration in there. I think that you don't have to look very far for some inspiration on it, as the front of the house has a secondary lower pitched roof. And I do believe that the left elevation, where the window was in the garage in October, but not on the elevations, I think that would ease the fenestration pattern on the left elevation. And the rear elevation, I think, is, as it has been, is good.
I'm sorry, I'm not following the one comment about the window on the left elevation. You mean what was originally submitted in September?
Well, it was on the floor plan in October.
Okay,
and
it doesn't
it's now
appear
been
on the
removed.
elevation.
Correct, but it's not showing up in October or November's elevations.
I agree. That window helps the fenestration on that side.
Is that the one that was just left off that's in the storage, the storage room? Or is that the other side?
That's on the other side.
Oh, okay.
So why was it taken off?
It's just a mistake. Took an extra window out would be my guess, but it doesn't look like.
Commissioner Taylor, we can't hear you.
So it looks like a mistake to me. It doesn't look like it was intentional. There wasn't an architectural change there, so. Look at me.
Okay, so it sounds like there's some fenestration that can be detailed. Can that be detailed with staff? If we are specific.
I think so.
Okay. Anything else? Did you have something? Michelle? Anything else, or does someone have a motion they want to float?
Let's have you take a go. Okay. I'll take a go at making a motion. Because it is not incongruous with the Secretary of Interior standards for accessory units, I propose that we approve this with some details to be resolved with staff. Specifically, the window that is missing on the drawings at the right elevation should be
added and its placement confirmed with staff. Is that the only fenestration issue?
Restudying the
Oh, and to restudy, to consider, again, working with staff to add a window under the shed roof on the left elevation?
I
Which
think this is
elevation?
the right elevation.
The right elevation, thank you, under the shed roof.
The windows were on.
Got it.
And it's on the left.
That is all in keeping with the standards for accessory dwellings.
Ready?
Thank you. 615 and 17, I mean, sorry, 615 and 616 with a rhythm of windows and doors. Anything else I need to put in?
That the applicant work with staff to rework the roof over the proposed storage room. I mean,
Okay, so in keeping with the direction that we're giving applicant to restudy the window, we ask that applicant also restudy the roof engagement and discuss those options with staff to reach an amicable solution to that, again, given the standards for fenestration 6.13 and for roof forms of materials.
Clarifying question. Are you for the shed roof or not? Because I heard a couple of different opinions.
Honestly, I'm Catholic. I don't care about the shed roof either way. I think there should be a window. I understand that I prefer the simpler roof form. I also want a window. I can see how that needs to be worked out. That's why I think that asking her to come up with something and work it out with you would be.
Okay, I feel like Commissioner Taylor has a comment.
Do you have a thought?
I don't think the window's gonna work with a shed roof.
Right.
So, but I think, in my opinion, this is in the private realm and staff can work it out.
Okay. But we're opposed to the gable, but
I'm not opposed to
I'm
the
not opposed to the gable.
We're not opposed to the gable.
Okay, just so we
Just
have,
figure it out.
so figure it out, gable possibly, definitely window.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That's good.
Okay. If that motion is acceptable, I'd love a second.
Second. All right, motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by Commissioner Stanley. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Solash?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley?
Yes.
Commissioner Holt?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
yes.
Commissioner Sullivan? Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0.
Thank you.
Christie.
At this time, our chair, Bell, is leaving the meeting. Did we talk about? No. Okay. So at this time, with Chair Bell's departure, we need a volunteer to act as chair for the rest of the meeting. Who would like to do that? Usually we're not in this issue, but our vice chair and our second vice chair are also absent. So every now and then this happens.
Is there a script?
There is. Would you like to do it, Anne?
I'll try to wing
Okay,
it.
perfect. Wonderful. We will need a motion and a vote from the commission to vote in Anne as acting chair for this meeting only. And Shauna, you can make that motion if you want to.
Make a motion for Commissioner Stanley to step in as acting chair for the rest of the meeting.
Second.
Okay, great. Thank you all. All right, our next application, come on up. Chris?
Can we confirm that That's approved.
Oh, do we need
We
a
didn't
vote?
vote.
We need a vote,
If you
sorry,
would.
yeah.
Motion made by me and seconded by Commissioner Holtz, Commissioner Sowatch,
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley.
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Kern.
Yes.
Commissioner Allred.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to make Commissioner Stanley acting chair passes 9-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bell. Our next application is a continuation from last month's meeting, 1930 Thomas Avenue. This application was continued for a restudy of the height and the roof pitch and information about the foundation material, changes to gable end windows in relation to the ones on the first floor. The gable windows should be smaller, and then adding a bracket detail. And the applicant has returned with revised plans showing the differences between the 3 months or 2 months, existing conditions, October and November. I might start, Chris, if you're okay, on a side elevation where it's really apparent.
Okay.
Would you please state your name and your address for the court reporter, please?
Chris Barth, address is sorry, think about that. 320 South Tryon Street, Suite 222, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And
And I don't think I've been sworn in.
oh, you
Do I
haven't
need to
been
be
sworn in? Yeah, that's good. Thank you. We'll swear you in and then you might have to state your name again. Uh-huh. Do you have a script for swearing in?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Restate your name and your.
And again, Chris Barth, Barth, 320 South Tryon Street, Suite 222, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Perfect.
So
I want to start. This is,
that's fine.
okay.
So we're looking at the side elevation here. You can see the existing October in the middle, this current iteration on the bottom. Looked at reducing the ridge height per requested, in order to get usable space up there. I don't think we can go much lower than that. It's pretty tight up there. There's a lot of clip ceilings, a lot of low roof, ceiling lines. Also reduced the pitch of the gable addition to, I can't read that from here. I think it's a 10-12 down from a 12-12.
See here, 12-12 to 10-12.
About 10-12 and maybe a 9.5, I can verify. But reduce that. And again, this is, as viewed from the street face, you do catch a bit of an oblique angle at that down the shared driveway between the neighboring property. But again, this is proceeding away from us. So I think the existing roof line, could you go to the roof plan, please?
Mhm.
And if you could zoom in, again, sorry, I don't have a copy with me. It's about a 6.5 and 12. So it's a little bit steeper, but again, it's receding away as viewed from the street. So we're moving towards a common roof slope there and have reduced the ridge height to 3 feet, which as stated, I believe is about the minimum we can do. And as we're looking at the rear elevation here, some changes there to improve fenestration on the rear elevation and rhythm. Went to, again, some more double hung windows on the dormer. And particularly as we go on the side elevations, whoever, Christie, if you're driving, side elevations, reduce the scale of those windows in the gable. So there was less tension between that and the barge rafter, as well as the proportion between the second story windows and the main floor windows. The second story ones, read smaller. There was a bit of a discrepancy, and I'll go ahead and mention this now since then I'm talking about these windows. There was a bit of a discrepancy. I think it was mentioned in staff notes about, I believe it was those windows on whether they did reduce in size. I'll tell you they did substantially. I think 4 inches in the width of each window and maybe 6 inches in the height. The window schedule that I've provided did not reflect that, so I apologize for that. We'll get that updated in the drawings for permit ready if you guys are okay with that. But they did reduce, so, you know, I believe we at least attempted, in my mind, to satisfy that requirement as requested. Updated some clerical or cosmetic things that we left off in the October meeting, added some half timbering or board and batten detailing on the left side elevation, as well as some brackets that weren't shown in the October meeting. As well as, Christy, if you go to the windows next sheet, window schedule, provided a bracket detail which matches the brackets that are currently on the house. Believe that was it.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
Anybody? Okay, no callers. Chair Stanley.
Does anybody have any questions for the applicant?
Going once, going twice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Close
you can
the-
close. Yep.
I think our concerns were addressed and this has more clarity. There is one issue noted in staff notes, but I think that's an easy one for the applicant to use all of this stuff. We all. Then I will attempt to name this. Um, um, so as this application is not incongruous with the Secretary of Interior standards and the standards of the municipal district action, I propose that we approve this application with the condition that the applicant resolve the window detail on the gable ends and confirm the window schedule with staff. And additionally work through any other minor discrepancies with staff. That is according to the, we're satisfied with the roof form of materials, 6.13, the doors and windows, 6.15, 16. 6.2. And with the roof, there it is, 6.13 roof pitch.
And addition 6.20.
And additions 6.20.
Thank you.
Commissioner Holtz has made a motion. Anybody second? Commissioner Sullivan has seconded. Commissioner Sewell?
Yes.
Stanley, yes.
Holtz, yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner
Herb,
Kern?
yes.
All read yes.
Sullivan, yes.
The application passes 8-2. The motion passes 8-0.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I'll note for the record that at 4:23, Commissioner Lineberger has rejoined the meeting. And our next applicant is also here in the meeting room. Sean, you want to come on up? Sean, have you been sworn in?
I have.
Perfect. This application is 821 Berkeley. It was also continued from the October meeting. It was continued to restudy the front entry to identify more contextual examples and also the proposed accessory dwelling unit for architectural style and restudy the scale, the roof form, and massing. And so the applicant has brought back a revised presentation Sean, I think I'll start you on slide 9, if that's okay. That seems to be the new information. Okay, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sean Green, 1221 Hawthorne Lane, Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right, and
Okay, well, thanks everybody for everything you're doing here, and certainly Christy, to you and staff for helping me out. Kind of going through some of the project where we left off. Last time we met, the discussion about the front porch led to the presumption that the front porch as it exists currently is not original to the house. And so there was a desire to come up with more historically appropriate front porches that were original, I guess, to the neighborhood when it was documented. So that's what these 4 represent. You can, and as also I should add, I specifically focused on houses that had similar architecture as well. So we were able to confirm that these 4 are kind of meeting all those needs. Obviously, 3 of them being a massing form that is congruent with what we're proposing for the front of 821 Berkeley. We kind of commingle that with some of the staff notes regarding the front porch. That initial observation by the staff that the proposed design appears to be high style. And that maybe we were looking for a simpler portico style roof. I would posit that the architecture of 821 Berkeley is maybe a little bit more elevated, specifically because it has the brick row lock subsill that wraps around the entirety of the second floor window system. And as a result of that, this is one of the things that we were trying to basically celebrate in our design. Our balustrade then comes in underneath that and provides, I think, a more elegant relationship than, say, a ridge would. Again, that was one of the reasons why I felt like the original porch was, or the previous porch was not original, just because that intersection gets so clumsy. So that's kind of speaking to some of our design decisions there for the front porch. Similarly, as it relates to the staff analysis, if we can use that as a roadmap here, providing information regarding the materials of that front porch, painted, I think in the past, painted Turncraft columns have been approved. And then obviously the entablature and the remainder of the architecture itself at the front porch would just be painted wood. Continuing down that staff analysis regarding the front porch, and this is my apologies. Obviously, we do intend to keep the existing materials as was discussed in the previous meeting. Given the somewhat accelerated turnaround time, I forgot to augment that in the new package, and I do apologize. Regarding then the accessory structure, trying to get that massing down. Well, yeah, we can see the existing architectural masterpiece. It's desire to have some more photographs of the existing garage, or at what point, what was a garage. Surprisingly, it also has a living quarters in it, although I don't know who would really want to be up for that challenge. So, regarding kind of what we're offering in our design, the previous design statement not clearly specifically an announcement to say. So what we've done is, and these are the garage drawings and the remainder of the drawings, but also kind of doing a compare and contrast to what we've presented at our last meeting. So yeah, everybody else did it, and I still forgot. So And I have a big head, so I'm sorry. You can kind of see here what we presented previously, where that gable end, even though it was a clip gable, was really, forward on the garage. So what we've done is we've kind of kept the hip language of the roof for the garage, the new garage, as it's kind of peeking around the corner here. And obviously, we've reduced the height, by, I think, about a foot. But we're also then coming in with just a singular gable or a singular dormer with the hipped roof. And I think the massing will be certainly perceived as a little bit more secondary because this ridge has moved so much further back as it relates to the massing of the new ADU. I think that's visible in the actual garage drawing. Regarding the materials of the garage that were part of the staff analysis, certainly painted wood siding similar to what kind of is there. The brick stem wall, we will certainly try to match the existing of the house. I wasn't sure if that staff analysis request was for like an actual source or if the image of the existing was provided enough in the supplement.
We can usually work with you
Okay.
post-approval. Candace is excellent at matching brick.
Right.
So we have a good resource here.
The builder will be executing the work is already working on some of the previously approved work, not necessarily the back porch. So I think he probably has a familiarity of how to source that. So, and then regarding the remainder of the staff analysis, the rear dormer of the ADU is coplanar with the existing first floor wall. We can easily move that back. I couldn't remember what the preferred distance was, if there is one.
Just not coplanar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can definitely make that happen and resubmit that. Regarding the doors and windows and rhythm of the ADU, there are indeed two sides of the garage that do not have windows on the first floor, given how the garage is located in the corner of the property. Those two walls basically face privacy fencing. So I think the concern there is that if we put windows on either one of those sides, it's going to be an opportunity for crime or people to break in or what have you. So I'm not sure exactly what the position of the commission is when it relates to those types of things. But regarding the cornice and materials for the ADU, certainly painted wood, the profiling to match the existing house as applicable. Window selection, as other submittals have offered up, the Jeld-Wen sightline with the SDL and the spacer bar, which is already being used in the house anyway. And then as I mentioned earlier, the brick to match the house, brick and mortar. So.
Is there anyone online? Anyone online? Over to you, Chair Stanley.
Commissioners, questions? The applicant?
I have a question on that front, porch or coverage. I'm sorry, I wasn't here, well, I'm not sorry, but I wasn't here last time. How confident are you what is the plan if that was original and you now have exposed brick that wasn't tooled or finished to match the rest of the beneath?
Sure. I understand where you're going with that. I think it's given the fact that we're going to be sourcing brick for the stem wall of the garage, we should have a source for it. As far as, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth. Are you concerned that we won't get a perfect match?
Yeah, I would be concerned about any, I mean,
Yeah.
that's a pretty prominent.
Yeah, that's a great observation. So I think that's probably an opportunity to harvest brick from other areas of the house that are maybe in the private realm. and then replace those, like basically, we can cannibalize less priority areas of the house to get brick that will be an exact match. And then patch those areas with the brick that we found that is a applicable match that we'll be using on the garage. So,
Are you removing these pilasters right here?
no, that and the surround are gonna, that's part of the door surround.
I thought it might be,
Yeah,
yeah.
so
Okay.
the historic, we know that the door and the historic surround are original to the house based on, the layers of patina and lead paint. So we're gonna be restoring those. So that's not necessarily where we would be
Making sure.
exposing any brick. And, maybe it's a situation where to your question, Commissioner Taylor, the configuration of the new porch is such that we will not necessarily be revealing, we're kind of broadening it per se. So we won't necessarily be exposing the preponderance of kind of virgin brick, let's say.
Are you less concerned with like the pediment area?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I mean,
Well, and that's a great point, and that's something too that like, we always encourage, if you get into construction and you find something unexpected, that's when you stop work and you call staff. And we come out and we help, on the ground. And that's not just for you, I'm just saying that for the benefit of everybody.
thank you.
You? Oh, no, I just, yeah, I just meant,
I think we've run into that on some
Yeah.
of our other projects.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
still on top, right?
yeah. Yes, for sure. We're talking about maybe some earlier cases today.
Is the proposed entablature, consistent with the existing side entablatures above the columns? below
Oh,
the
as far
pediment?
as the sunroom, your relationship?
As far as the, above the columns across there, is that scale the same as the existing one?
This,
No, just on the front porch.
so the is, I'm not sure it looks like maybe the transit height is a little different here. Certainly, the goal here is to really bring some more transparency in
To the beautiful door.
by eliminating these two columns. Let me rephrase how I said that. So if you look at the columns here, the entablature starting here.
Mm-hmm.
It does line up.
Okay,
But what is misleading is that this is all over the hair.
right.
Additively augmented without the HDC's guidance by previous owners.
I guess my question kind of followed Commissioner Taylor's.
Yeah.
That if the side pieces of the entablature go back and plug in at the exact same place, then you're gonna have less to have to pick
Well,
up.
to that end, on the interior of the porch, we'll certainly be tracking that entablature on all four sides. So that the brick on the actual house is not, that portion won't be in question. But again, I think I would love to be able to answer the question more definitively. The big question is the demo. It's not like it's not Velcroed on there. It's going to be things that come with it. How do we resolve that? So I know that in previous projects that I've worked on that are not necessarily HDC worthy projects, but are, houses of great delight to the owners and to myself, we have successfully harvested from other areas of the house so that we have a 100% match, and then come into those secondary areas with an area that matches 98%. And the hope then is that the pollen season and whatnot will then make those areas blend in as required. So,
It's a little yellow powder.
yeah, and some PSAP goes a long way.
Oh. I got another question. That's all right. Can you go to slide 15? I think it's 15. And then zoom in to where on the right hand, the elevations on the right side of the page, top and bottom, where we're just looking at those, if you can, as much as possible. That's good enough. So previous rendition on the top there, that looks very top heavy, which you reduce the scale of. Just if you blow that up, it's still feeling top heavy. And I was trying to figure out why or how. I mean, so maybe just be my perception, but it seems like there's a lot of roof above the ceiling line on the second floor. You know, you have 9-foot ceilings in the garage. You're calling out 9-foot ceilings on the second floor, and I'm trying to back into what I'm trying to describe.
Yeah.
And then I'm assuming that's 4.5 feet or somewhere in that nature of roof line above that ceiling height. So there's a decent amount of mass above the first floor ceiling height or the floor plan of the second floor.
Yeah, I understand where you're going with that. So I think so we've actually brought that ridge line down from the previous submission, which was the one higher on the page.
Yeah.
But part of what we're trying to do is kind of match the spirit of the existing house. And I think that's where this dormer kind of plays a critical role, knowing that this dormer is further forward and really hearkening back to the hipped roof of the house.
Yep, agreed.
I think that's really kind of the focus. Given the geometry of the new garage, the foreshortening of that, again, as you observe, we're kind of seeing it in elevation.
Yeah,
as
I mean,
opposed-
it's
as opposed to
150
in
yards
life.
back in there. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think for what we're offering up, we're kind of relying on that as far as the perception of scale, how it presents along in that view corridor towards the street, and then also how it's providing a deferential respect to the main house.
I don't disagree with any of that necessarily, other than that it still feels, or it doesn't even feel, it appears still top heavy. Granted, it's not 150 yards, but it's probably 100 feet, 150 feet from the street or the sidewalk. So it's certainly going to be smaller in scale than it is sitting here blown up in elevation.
So I think, again, for maybe the side elevation, so thanks for that. This kind of speaks to kind of what maybe the confluence of these questions and solutions are. You can see that we're springing the side elevation from the front and back of the garage at the 10 and 12. So that kind of establishes the room that we have to justify we certainly don't want our hip roof to be kind of lining with the tip top of the ridge, because that's not going to work. So a lot of the math here is kind of determined by this relationship. So the desire to have, again, the triple gate window at the front, and we have a certain distance there, and we're going to match the slope of the existing house with our dormer. Those things come into play. So again, as you had mentioned, I would agree, the certain distance here of, half the garage before we get to the ridge, is I think where the garage is going to present in real life as opposed to in a scientific elevation there, kind of deferential to the house.
Do you have the ADU area to widen that dormer?
As far as the interior of the second floor, I think that we do. Let me look at the floor plans real quick. Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility.
And the reason I ask is that I wonder if a bit wider dormer may take up some of the visual look of how much roof there is exposed.
That's a great point. But we can't design for him.
I just suggested that
Okay.
there's a possibility.
Outright, that right there. And I think that would,
Well, I think that I appreciate your observation and then everyone's input on this, and certainly the fact that, I'll have to go back and come up with a better dormer solution. But I would say the quick answer to everyone's question is yes, you're correct, but that is surmountable because I'm really good at what I do.
magic.
Because what? I'm sorry.
He said, because he's really good at what he does.
Oh, he is, perfect.
So if you can do both, then
Yeah, right.
we go.
I have one more question. On the balustrade on the front elevation,
Sure.
is there, two of the examples that were provided were a thinner, lighter metal balustrade? Is there a reason you went
Yeah.
with heavier?
Yeah, so again, going back to the staff observations regarding some of the other houses in the neighborhood being maybe of a simpler language. I think that where we are with 821 is again, the atknowledgement of this brick rowlock as a subsill for the entirety of the second floor, I really think is a defining moment for the atmosphere of the house. And so I feel coming in slightly more elevated level of performance as part of this. Really kind of level of house device efficiency. Whereas if we went in there with the wrought iron rail, it would be, I wouldn't really think that it would be very visible once it down here. Well, the architect. So again, I have to go back to what the staff said as far as some of the other houses being a little bit simpler, maybe warrant those simpler solutions. I think that this house is positioned for something more elevated.
I would disagree. I think if you look at the other houses on the street, the other two-story brick houses, they do have more structure to them. And I feel like the way you've drawn it with the top part, it just looks top heavy. Go back and look at those. Has anybody looked at the old pictures of the house, like 20 years ago?
Six in the original.
Okay. What page is it? It just feels to me like that's a hip roof house. And if you look at the other houses on the street that have that kind of squared off wider front porch, it seems to make sense on those houses. I'd like to see something a little bit simpler than what you've got currently.
Understood.
I was going to suggest to maybe simplify the balustrade itself. It's a little heavy in its detailing, and that maybe that would kind of satisfy your need to get that band before the lock, as well as not make it so quote unquote high style or.
A little designy, but yeah.
I'm
Okay.
not simplified.
Okay, simplifying's good. Yeah. Simplifying's good.
provide that. To transform it and that the work of that either is original. It is the idea of design proposed, speaks to the precedents that you included in the presentation, with the exception of the house.
Any other questioners? Questions from the commissioners? Okay, we're ready to close the discussion. Thank you. Yes, we're open for commissioner discussion. Okay.
This is where we have the.
Yes. Close. We're closing the hearing for deliberation.
I think it was very helpful to have some examples that the applicant brought. I think this is the reduction in the height of the ADU is what I wanted to see. What other thoughts y'all have, please? What y'all looking for?
I think that he really listened to our comments and understood what we were going for. And I think the language of the ADU and to the house is so much better than it was. I tend to agree with the comments about I'm fine with the general look, but I do appreciate the other images and tend to agree that it might just need a little more simplification on the entry.
I went back and looked at some previous ADUs that we've passed, completely different projects. In the general, it's in the Dilworth Historic Area. The tallest one of the ones that I just looked at was 23.2. This is 23.8, I think. Now this house is probably much larger, taller than the house that we did. I don't know that the actual house size really matters that much of how it feels or looks in relationship. But
I think we need to reopen for you to say that for consideration. That's something that relying on and sharing with the board, that needs to be a part of the evidentiary piece.
Okay.
So you can just.
So do we need to reopen for?
Yes, you can just say we're open.
We're open for the hearing.
If you can repeat that.
seriously? So I went and looked at a few that have, we've passed in the last year and a half of that I've been here. Clearly not all of them, but a handful in the Dilworth neighborhood. The tallest one was of the ADUs was 23.2. This is 23.8 and 5/8, I think, something like that. So it's close. And I'm just pointing that out that they range from 20 feet to 23.3. So I mean, I think there's room to make this less tall, and maybe that's not the answer. Maybe it is a bigger dormer. I just think that it probably needs to be looked at a little harder.
So is your concern, the scale, of the new accessory structure as compared to the main house?
The
The massing of the second level?
It's the scale of the second level.
Massing of the
to
second level.
To the scale of the first level.
Yep, okay,
That's what,
right here. Like, I mean, you can even see like this is shorter than this.
yeah,
Yeah, okay,
just,
okay.
but I mean, that's not even, that's not the elevation that I would be as concerned with as that front elevation. Again, it's 100 and some feet back from the sidewalk, so it's not going to feel that way. But if you walk up on it, it's going to start feeling that way more. There's an opportunity to, whether it's reworking the dormer or lowering the ridge 6 inches or whatever, I think there's an opportunity that needs to be looked at.
Okay. That does.
I would say let's give the applicant an opportunity to respond to that.
Okay.
Oh, I understand where you're going with that, and yeah, you can reduce the slope of the main mass to get that down. I think that the living space of the second floor will not be impacted greatly. I think in conjunction with that in conjunction with some exploration of front dormer should be able to.
Again, I don't know that it's lowering the ridge. You're the architect.
No.
You know, it could be the dormer, you know, I'm just.
Yeah, but I think all of those things are great observations, and yeah, I think we can I think there's a path forward where all of those things in a perfect storm level can come together and provide a viable ADU that meets everyone's needs.
Are we ready to close the hearing for deliberation?
Yeah, if we're ready, I'll make a motion. Please hold. I will move to continue this application because the proposed project is incongruous with the following standards on the front porch. Crap, I don't know. Yeah.
6.17.
6.17. And I recommend that the applicant take the input from the commission and restudy the balustrade. And then on the accessory structure building, I move that we continue that. Because it is incongruous with 6.8, number 3. And there's one more.
Reform?
What was it?
Reform?
3.4?
No, roof.
Oh, roof form.
6.13.
6.13 roof form. That's it.
Second. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger.
Zabash, yes.
Yes. Commissioner Stanley, yes. Commissioner Holmes?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Oliver?
Yes.
Lineberger?
I think it's 9. 9, yep. Okay, great. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Thanks.
Our next application is the Dilworth School again. We have the applicants with us here in the room. And thank you for sitting here all day with us, Thomas. Thomas, you've been sworn in, yes? You've been.
I've been sworn in, yeah.
Okay, great. Everyone's here. Okay.
Okay.
This is a multi-part project at the Dilworth Elementary School campus. And we looked at some earlier projects. I'm going to go building by building. The first project is a cornice replacement on the Dilworth School building. the historic Dilworth School Building is right here, number 1. It faces Euclid Avenue. And then we were also going to be talking about the 1967 building over here, which is building number 2. So the first project on building number 1 is a total replacement of the existing cornice. And Thomas has been working with staff for the past couple of months about this. And the unique situation with this cornice is that it is fully formed and molded in one piece out of tin. So patching this is really not an option, and you can see there are lots of areas of holes and rust. I believe there's even some pictures from the top down showing you can literally see through the cornice. The applicants are proposing to replace it entirely, but do a custom design in metal, in metal to match existing as the solution to bring this building back to how it should be. So that's project 1. The rest of the projects are on building 2. So the 1967 building. There is information in the agenda supplement that is new information that is very helpful to understand the rest of the projects on building 2. Right now, this building is oriented towards the center of the parcel. So the street facing facades along East Park Avenue, and I believe this is Myrtle, they're not the front of the building. This is the back of the building. It faces the tennis courts. The side of the building faces East Park, and the front entrance is tucked way back in here. The applicant is proposing to remove 2 of the historic windows and a couple areas of the brick to install a new, more prominent front entry. They're proposing to match existing conditions, and it will be located right here as you come in. The second, they're proposing additional entries. So this is a more utilitarian side of the building. You can see the wood gates here. They need an entrance and a new window here. You can see that they've added the dimensions and details, and it will match existing conditions and existing windows in materials and dimensions. You can see the dimension here matches the new window here. They're also proposing, so again, this is that original main entrance that's really tucked away. Reorient you right here. Just to the left of that, they are proposing an egress for admin. So with the interior reconfigurations, they need another egress for safety. And the door will be located right here. And this was that other area we were looking at with the new door and new window. And here are the design and dimensions of that new door. Nothing will change to these doors here, which are those doors right there. Let's see. Thank you. The other projects, let's switch back here. The other nice thing about this project is, like we saw with the Wilmore School, since this is a CMS property, we have all of the original blueprints for this project, which makes things, much easier to replicate when we are talking about matching existing materials in all ways. Oh, I did neglect to point out that they are changing these kind of dilapidated wooden doors with some new doors. The other thing that needs to be done is replacement of the fascia and soffit on the entire building. They have the dimensions, they will be matching the details in the dimensions, but you can see on the photographs here that things are chipping away. This is problematic because it's asbestos, and asbestos is fine if it's not chipping and things are enclosed. Everyone knows that when asbestos gets airborne, then we have problems. So, obviously, when the commission is considering their standards, they look at the life cycle of materials and life safety of old materials. And so the request is to replace this with with a new metal material with the dimension and design to match existing and get rid of this hazardous material. And it would be all around the entire building. Obviously, staff is fully supportive. They have included, again, really helpful that we have the original detailed drawings. They have provided a spec sheet. I don't know, did you bring any product samples?
I do.
Okay,
I have
okay, great. So we'll
preliminary.
get into those. And then the other projects, they are needing to update the HVAC system. You can see the existing roof plan shows the location of all the units. The units will be replaced in the same location, and then they are adding 5 new units. And again, they are putting these as centrally located in the middle of the roof as possible, so as not to provide a visual of these new units as much as possible. And then the last, oh, there's just some more pictures of all elevations. And then the last request is for tree removal that we can't staff approve. The commission will be aware that for a period of about 9 months, 10 months, we weren't reviewing trees because of Senate Bill 382. That moratorium on tree reviews ended October 1st. So the commission is back to reviewing trees. And tree B right here is what's being asked to be removed. It's this tree right here, and it's due to the proximity to the roof and impacts to the roof. There's also information in the supplement about the 24-inch oak. Anything between 10 inches and 24 and 30 inches, 10 and 30, the commission reviews. Anything above 30, and if it's an oak, it's considered a heritage tree, and we don't review that. So that is a quick overview of the projects. Thomas, what else would you like to talk about or share with the commission about your proposal? If you have any material samples, we can look at those as well. Did I miss anything?
You didn't, covered it well. I can answer any questions, but I think these are miscellaneous items that are associated with a much larger project. This is the project from the Historic Districts Commission's perspective, but these are things that touch the exterior of the building, but the project is, of course, a much larger project. The reason the entry is being relocated is because we're moving the entire admin wing. We're creating a secure vestibule to meet current CMS standards. So these are just a consequence of a much larger multi-million-dollar project.
And you're hoping to, is this changing into a magnet school? Is that right? We don't know. Okay, no one knows. But I think the project timeline, they have a relatively tight time frame as well.
Yes, we're here because we have to hit all of these targets in order to meet all the district's targets and regulatory approvals, et cetera. So.
Is there anyone signed up to speak?
There's not, but do we want to take a look at the materials? Because we'll enter them as evidence.
If you'd like to, they're a little bit preliminary.
Okay.
It's not the cornice, this is a work in progress, but it would be painted, of course, to match the existing. It would be supported. It is about 2P. Come together.
It's aluminum.
Aluminum. Anyway, you get the idea.
Let's put it together and maybe set it in front.
Yeah.
And if the commission wants to see it, they can come up and see it.
Would be, yeah, it would be finished. Exactly, and then the dental molding pieces would be operated from the rear.
Okay. And so that's applicants exhibit number 1.
For the freeze panel on the 1967 building, those original panels are rigid, as was mentioned, about an 1/8 inch thick asbestos panel that sit in a frame. For the most part, we would maintain that existing frame that's behind there and just replace the supporting trim piece on the front. And then we would use the spec is there, a similar rigid panel. This is called a composite metal panel. Has a matte finish similar to the original, would have a matte finish similar to the original panel, except in a color to match that existing panel.
So applicants exhibit number 2. Does that go with it?
This is, yeah, this is the spec that was included.
Perfect. We'll just add that to applicants exhibit number 2. Okay.
And then, someone had the horrible idea of putting acoustical panel ceiling
Oh, yes.
on the soffit of the freeze panel at some point. So we would go back with a metal interlocking flat metal panel like this within the same color that would then just wrap underneath and be a more appropriate exterior commercial grade product that would match with the lines of the panels above.
Okay.
Again,
applicants
painted to match.
exhibit number 3.
Yeah, before I leave, how about if I just leave this one since that one has a YMC?
Okay, so this is, we can pass this around. This is where
Acoustic tiles.
the acoustic tiles are on slide 23 that I'm pointing out.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No,
It's
not less.
really odd. What's under?
They are a vinyl tile, so they have some weather resistance to them. It happens occasionally, but they're generally not
No.
meant to be outside.
It'll be, do you have any idea what's underneath?
Yeah, there's a steel supporting frame under there. If you, one of the earlier pictures, I think where I think you included it where it's dilapidated on the, I think.
Oh, this is the frame. Yeah. Oh, there. See, there's the acoustical panel right here. And this is what's underneath. That is weird. So interesting. Mhm.
That's actually the upper roof, but it's the same exact conditions.
Yeah. Okay, so nobody else. Over to you, Chair Stanley.
We can open it up to any more questions?
I have 2 questions. Are you proposing to replace all of the fiber cement panels or just some of the fiber cement panels within the window frame systems?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Windows are off the table.
So that was my second question. Part D is,
Windows are not, yeah, windows are withdrawn.
so then I have 3 questions.
Great.
On page 15 of the supplemental information, the reference window to the left, the width dimension is blocked by another image. Is that 3.9 to match the proposed window to the left of the door?
Oh, yeah, apologize for that. Yes. The dimension that was provided there was intended to match what was there.
And is there something interior that is keeping it from going to the floor as the window to the left is?
The equipment in the kitchen office furnishings, it's a very small office, so the point of the window is to provide, so that kitchen staff will be able to observe what's happening outside there.
That's all my
Volcano
questions.
cave.
Anything else from the applicant?
Any more questions from the commissioners? Thank you. If there's nothing else, we are going to close the hearing and have deliberation. Any thoughts on this? It is very straightforward.
It's about time. My wife is freezing in that building or cooking in that building, so they need the mechanical for sure.
I thought you were saying it's about time we have the straightforward.
That
too.
Does a motion need to exclude Part D as it is listed in the application?
You can mention it. They've included that as part of the agenda that they'll be talking about. You can mention it.
Okay.
And if you have any requests about like the tree or anything, we can go over that too. It's a heavy wood, right?
Okay. I move to approve this application as it is not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in Chapter 3 of the design standards and consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. And that would include the information as provided for Building 1, the cornice replacement. Building 2, Part A, the new storefront entrance. Part B, the admission wing entrance. Part C, the kitchen delivery entrance. That would exclude Part D, total window replacement. It would include Project 3, the fascia freeze panel and soffit replacement. Project 4, the HVAC unit replacement. Project 5, tree removal. With the following conditions that the applicant would work with staff to provide any additional details and materials as needed.
Could, add some findings and facts that you may be able to find in the staff analysis on page 4. So like the cornice replacement meets roofs 4.5, number 3 and 4, Secretary of Interior standards number 6, and then the reasons why you're approving that on building 1.
In conjunction with Project 1, the cornice replacement, per the standard for roofs 4.5, numbers 3 and 4, and the Secretary of Interior standard number 6. Project 2.
Oh, can you add the facts?
The facts?
You state the facts of the
1 through 4.
finding?
Yes, including the facts as listed in the staff analysis, numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay. Let's see here. Then you have roofs, windows. That also applies to the fascia freeze panel and soffit replacement, the roofs, which is
Is that 712?
4.5,
What's 4.5?
I would say. And Secretaries of Interior standards number 6. HVAC is site appurtenances 8.9. Because the units are located as close to the middle of the roof to be as inconspicuous as possible. And then tree removal is standard 8.5, number 2. And your fact is the effects on the roof of the 1967 building and the fact that the site is heavily wooded and you've already requested replacement for another tree. Does that sound okay?
Indeed, it does.
Okay, great.
So if I could point out that standard 8.5 indicates that a certified arborist must be consulted. Written recommendations must be provided to the HDC. Just want to point that out.
Oh, that's good. You can make that a condition of approval that a certified arborist letter is provided to staff. Thank you, Attorney Inman.
Yes, and in conjunction with Project 5 tree removal, that a per standard 8.5, number 2, provide a certified arborist report for staff review.
Motion made by Commissioner Allred, second.
Second.
Any other discussion? We'll take a vote. Commissioner Solis?
Yes.
Commissioner Stanley, yes. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlight?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
And the motion passes.
9-0.
Thomas, congratulations. Thank you. I'll be in touch with your people letter.
All right, thank you. Do you,
We took photos of everything, so feel free. Yep. Great. Our next application is, does anyone need a break?
Do.
Yes. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 5:30. Hello and welcome back. We are returning with application number 12. And I believe this applicant is joining us online. Shelley, are you with us? Okay.
Hey there.
Oh, number
Can you hear me?
11. Yes, hi Shelley. I think I said number 12. Number 11, which is 712 Templeton Avenue. Shelley, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I've been listening for a while.
Great. So 712 Templeton is the commission. Yes.
Can we just
Oh, thank you.
thank you, report that Commissioner Kerm has left?
Commissioner Kerm has left. Thank you. We're gonna sign you up for this full time. So the commission may remember that back in June, they reviewed an application for demolition at this address. It was approved if a 365-day stay. The applicant has returned with an application for new construction. It is outlined on pages 1, 2, and 3. And then staff comments are on slide 4 and 5. And with that, Shelley, I am just going to turn it right over to you.
Okay.
Where would you like to begin? And if you would, before you begin, state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. Shelley Hughes, and it's 7421 Coors Drive, like the beer, Arvada, Colorado, 80005.
Okay.
Okay, I think we can just start on the first set of photos, maybe, just to kind of let you see what was there. And also, because I'm going to point out as we go through, like, some features that we want to try to carry over into the new house. I guess to start is I just want to mention that, like, the clients love living in this neighborhood, and we didn't arrive at this decision lightly to ask for demolition, but they've gone through several previous renovations on this house and have just keep running into issues, and it's becoming more cost effective to tear it down and rebuild it than to continue with some of the issues that they were dealing with. And they stopped the last renovation plans that were approved for this project in 2022 after discovering some of this stuff, and it's sitting now kind of in a half demolition state at the moment while we wait to see what we can do with this. So we basically, there's, I guess to kind of start is that there's a lot of variety of styles and scale and massing on this street. So I'd like for you to keep that in mind as we're kind of going through these details and talking about things. And one thing to note is that the houses on either side of us are newer. They're not truly historic homes, but they kind of, yeah, let's go there to that slide. That works. The houses on either side of us and on this side of the street in particular kind of dwarf the house that is there now. The current house is only 1 story. It's a little over 20 feet tall, I think 22 feet maybe to the ridge. And so we do feel that kind of rebuilding this would help us kind of bring it back into scale and massing that is more congruous with the rest of the street here. And the other thing I'll also point out is this house is currently painted brick. There are a couple on this street that are painted, but by rebuilding it, we can kind of take it back to an unpainted brick as well. So I did mention that the immediate neighbors on the left and right are 2-story homes that kind of tower over this. They stand a good 8 to 10 feet taller in some cases on some of the houses on the street, taller than this house. And some of the characteristics of the current home that we're trying to keep are that there's currently a side-facing kind of main gable that you can kind of see in that center photo. And we want to kind of maintain a side-facing gable because I do think it speaks to the houses on either side, even though they are not truly historic. And I do think that's a feature that you see quite often through the historic districts. And we are also trying to keep the front porch roughly in the same location and rough size to what was there previously, as well as the front thermal wall is pretty close to where the current front thermal wall of the house is too. So we're not trying to change the position of the house in terms of its relationship to the neighbors or the street. And we are trying to create some scale reducing things with the front gables and the lower front porch roof so that we are stepping down the massing and scale as we kind of move backwards on the property. I think from here, Chrissy, let's go to the next slide. We did pull some historic examples from the neighborhood because the style that we're presenting to you today is in a Tudor style. And there is a history of it here in Dilworth, and we pulled some of that here. I won't go through all the details on that. You guys can read that on your own, or ask me questions if you have them. And then we pulled quite a few standard kind of Tudor style homes that we would find in a lot of historic plan books and things like that along the same era that this neighborhood was built. And we pulled a lot of inspiration and style details from some of those historic style plans. So let's start here with I guess go down one more slide to the site plan. I'm going to try to address a few things too. In the staff comments, they noted a couple of things that were typos or errors, things that were left out. I'll try to address those as we go through, but if you see something I missed, ask me because I might have it for you. I know one thing they commented on the site plan was we didn't have a dimension on the front sidewalk. That's to be about 4 feet wide. If we need it narrower, we're happy to adjust that. The front sidewalk we're going to keep the existing sidewalk, but there's that new sidewalk that goes off to the side towards the driveway. That one will be 4 feet wide, and the current one is about 4 feet wide as well. There's a picture of the current sidewalk in that lower left corner if you scroll down just a hair. We don't want to match it exactly because we think it's important to kind of showcase the difference between the historic sidewalk and the new one. So we're proposing a slightly different border and edging on the new sidewalk versus the old one. And there is a blue outline that you can see there. That is the original footprint of the house that we're demoing. And then the new house you see kind of overlaid on top of that. So you can see there where we kind of overlaid and lined things up to show you like where the front porch is pretty much aligned with the houses on either side of us, as well as with where the original porch was on the house too. And the front thermal wall has moved forward just slightly on one side, but it's actually a little behind the original front thermal wall inside the porch. I'll also point out there's a chimney that's on the driveway side, and it is almost perfectly aligned with the neighbor's chimney next door on that top side there, and we are maintaining that as well. The AC units are also pretty much close to the same location as they are. Those are the trash cans. The AC units are on the bottom there. We created a little indentation on the side of the construction there to kind of recess those back a little bit just due to setbacks, but they're pretty much close to the same area that they were in previously. The one thing I'll point out here from a massing standpoint, just in footprint, is that the massing of our house is roughly about the same massing as the houses on either side of us. We do have a little bit that goes beyond in the rear, but it's mostly 1-story space and porch space beyond the main massing of the house. And the other 2 properties on either side of us have additional detached structures behind them that account for some of the square footage that covers their lots. But we try to keep all of these pretty close and similar in scale and massing and size and what we're covering here. One of the items that staff mentioned that we left off of here was the backyard calculations. I wasn't sure we needed those when we were doing new construction, but I did go in and calculate it this morning from the back of the original house. And the additions are only covering 37% of the rear backyard. So we're under the requirement there for the backyard calculations. Let's see, the other thing to point out here, we do have a couple of heritage trees on the site. We're going to do everything we can to protect them, but just due to site access, we're probably going to be applying the tree mitigation fees that the city allows to those. And if we need to, we'll replant them. But at this point, we're trying to save them and protect them, but we can't meet the protection calculations for the new city's heritage tree requirements and still have access to the site to do the new construction. So we're going to mitigate that as much as we can. And if for some reason the trees die, we'll come back to you and we'll find a way to replace those somewhere else on the site. The one in the back left corner, I will point out that Duke Power may have already damaged, and the client has been in discussion with them about that. Duke Power came in and set a power pole within like 6 inches of the trunk. And they may have cut through one of the main roots of the tree, and they've been working with arborists to keep that tree healthy, but it may die anyway, just because of what Duke Power did. I'll also point out, you'll see that there is a line going diagonal across the back corner there. There was a sewer line that was noted on our surveys. We have checked with the city. This has been abandoned. The client also had a separate utility company come out and run a camera down through it to make sure it was abandoned, and it's collapsed. It's got all kinds of debris in it. So we don't have to worry about having a setback or a distance. So we need to stay off of that in terms of an easement. Okay, let's go down to the next page. So we'll start at the front elevation. We're proposing this kind of Tudor, maybe sort of colonial-esque style, along with these side gates to kind of give this a nice soft feel at the front. We're doing some arched, soft arch openings on the front porch. That's a nice deep sitting porch. It's about 8 feet deep by 10 feet, I believe. And then the front porch there has sort of a separate little area there, but it's connected to that front porch. The original house had a double gable on the front of it, and so we brought that back here with a double gable as well to kind of mimic that from the original house. And I do have another sheet we can get to in a minute, but I'll go over some more of the details then. But we're going to try to bring some of the elements from the original house over to this. We have like a scalloped detail that's there on the bottom of the eaves that was on the original house that we're trying to duplicate. The original house was all brick, so we've kept the front of this all brick as well. It will be unpainted. And then we're looking at a 9/1 window arrangement. When we get a little bit further on, if you have some questions, I can show you. We did meet with staff a couple of times on the windows and trying to assess like what was the best window pattern here. And we did include the other versions that we explored, but this is the one that we landed on that we felt was the most appropriate. We feel like we've tried to address scale and massing from the standpoint that we have these 2 small front gables kind of at the second floor facing front, but everything else in the house is going to be leaning back away from you, away from the street level. And then the front porch comes back down to more human scale at that 1-story level, just like the original house. So we're trying to address scale and massing there and not putting a 2-story house right in your face, and trying to kind of bring it down to a smaller scale and then go bigger beyond that. From the side elevations, we had some great suggestions from staff, and we've worked through several different elevation changes here as well, which you can see on some option sheets at the end later. But we try to treat the front of the house like it was all brick and like an original structure, and everything behind it in a different material so that it looks like it went through an amalgamation of additions over the years, just like any other structure in the historic district might be. And then we carried the brick details from the front porch around to the back porch as well. And we've tried to push and pull the facade in several places on all sides of this house so that it's not a big box. It's got some fun and some play in it. It goes back and forth, and it's not full 2-story walls. So a lot of it's going to feel 1 story when you're standing next to it in the driveway, because the second floor is pushed back so far, with the exception of the area where the chimney is. And the little area that's there where the person is on the side porch, that's a little side entry. And above that, we have the stair landing that goes up to the second floor there that's popping out a little bit further. And then the window at the kitchen is going to pop out about 1 foot there, the triple window there. So that will project out a little bit beyond the rest of the house too, so that we don't have a long flat facade there that goes on for many feet without some sort of interruption or break there. Right at the chimney, you'll see where we've put the pillar where the gate will be for the driveway. And then, so pretty much everything behind that will be hidden. We've placed trash cans towards the back porch with little fencing there that will kind of hide those. If you'll go down to the little bit lower on the page to the rear elevation, just kind of keep working away around to the back. We do have 1 unique window on the back there, and I will point out that the original house had a couple of unique windows on them, and we don't know yet if we can salvage them, but we may try to reuse them if the contractor can salvage them. The original house had a couple of diamond pane windows on the front and a few other little features that if we can salvage, we're going to salvage and try to reuse them somewhere on this house. But here at the back, we have the back porch on the first floor with a sunroom next to it. That will have like a vaulted ceiling inside and a lot of windows to let natural light in. Up above that is a private balcony off of the master suite. And then you'll notice I'll point out here in the gable on the back as well as on the front and the other side gables that we're doing a stucco pattern with a wide batten strip that matches the original house. as well as the arched vent in the gable that matches the original house. If you'll go down to the next sheet, that'll keep us going around back to the left side. Again, here we've kind of pushed and pulled the facade in a few places to keep this from feeling like a huge box. And the front part of the house looks like maybe it's original, like it's all brick, and then everything behind that goes to a board and batten or horizontal lap siding, so that we can kind of differentiate like where an addition might have occurred if this was an original house. And I'll point out that we do have a partial basement under the original house, and we plan to modify that and keep that. And we've kind of placed the house in a way so that we're utilizing the hole that's already in the ground there. But we do need to put some egress windows in from the basement for the rooms that are down there. So we do have a large wide window well on both sides of the house in the same location to provide some egress windows. On one of these pages, there's a couple of, might be on this one up higher, there's a couple of details of suggestions that we were given for the window well materials. These are wider than what we can get in a normal stock unit. So it'd be something that we would build on site. It would either be brick retaining walls like the top image, or maybe some timber retaining walls like the two bottom images. And then the top there shows the images inside of the porches so that you can see those materials as well. Front porch is going to remain all brick. The other porches will go back to the siding like the rest of the house. Okay, if you can go down to the detail sheet. Yes. So this, I brought the photos back here so you could kind of see the details that we're trying to pull over from the original house in some way, shape, or form, with the scalloped eave detail instead of the pork chop eaves. We liked the detail that was on the original house, so we're bringing that back on all of the eaves here as well. And then you see the stucco detail with the large batten strip and the arched vent there that we are doing in all of, or several of the gables around the house. Yeah, and then that's the diamond pane window that's on the original front gable of the house. Now, if we can pull that back into our construction, we will, but we're not sure it can be pulled out safely yet. So we didn't want to include it yet. I can work with staff on that and find a placement for that if we can salvage it. The one new detail that we're providing that maybe is not truly typically historic is some skylights above the kitchen. We are putting 3 skylights there with a low profile installation, so they don't stick out very far. That's pretty far back on the house on the side elevation, so it should not be visible from the street. There's a couple of examples there of the corbels and the projection that we're trying to do for the kitchen window as well as the stairwell window. And then at the bottom of the page are our window details. We're doing all the standard historic details that are required for the wider mullions between double and triple windows. We've got several band details at various places around the house, and a couple of unique diamond pane windows at a couple of key locations around the house that we're going to pull back in from that original architecture. And then if you'll go down one more page.
Do you want to talk about the front door options?
Oh, yeah. So the front door, the client likes this arched door. We really like the diamond pane in that as well. We weren't sure that would fly with the commission or what your stance would be on that. So we are fully prepared to come up with another option or work with staff on that. But I think Christy said she agreed with me on the diamond pane. So we're going to try to do that if we can. And then the other back doors on the house, which I think weren't shown there, are just going to be standard, either full glass doors or something similar to what we're doing around the rest of the house. We can work with staff on those options as well too if needed. The next slide down, so I don't know where we are. Yeah, next slide down. I pointed this out. I reversed our image, which is at the bottom, and the house on the top is the house next door to us. And I put this in particularly to show you how much these houses talk to each other. So they both have this front side facing gable with the central chimney on the right side there. And the front porches are roughly the same depth. We both have some sort of shed dormer in the center, and then we go back to a gable that bookends the back end and then a lower rear porch. So even though I know that's not a truly historic house, I just wanted to show that we're trying to talk to the same language that's around us. There are some other houses in the neighborhood that have very similar styles to this as well. And I think these aerials show really well, like how much the two houses on either side of us dwarf the original house. And so I do think that like the new construction can help kind of bring these all kind of back into the same scale and massing as one another. Next slide. Yeah, our floor plans are in here. If you want to take a look, that will kind of tell you why we have windows and doors where we do. The roof plan there shows the 3 skylights over the kitchen, and there is also one that's over the master shower, which I forgot to point out before. And there is a second chimney at the back of the house that's coming up from the porch below. Our sections can kind of show you a little bit too here how the house kind of pushes and pulls in and out on the sides. On the top 2 images more so than that one. Like you can see how we pulled the second floor walls back away on the top right image, number 2. Like we're kind of creating sort of a front house and a back house with a connector between them to kind of help address the scale and the massing. And then if we'll go to the next slide, I think staff pointed out that we had an incorrect label here on the siding as cedar shakes, and you're correct, we did change that to lap siding. We forgot to get the note there, so we'll fix that on our final plans that we submit. And the back porch that we're going to do has a wood screen enclosure, and one of the pages I had a couple of images of what that might look like in a real world application with the brick arches. And then the final pages here, the next one is one that we stole from actually, if we go to slide 24, is one that we kind of stole from ALB Architecture. Several years ago, they did a study of this block and like the massing and the lot coverages and how far back all of the houses sit from the street. I've highlighted ours on the list here so you can kind of see that like we're trying to stay in line with what's already there. And then the next few slides are those window studies that we did with staff to try to determine what was the best window here. And I did do a little rendering with an AI software, playing around with that to see if I could get a good rendering to kind of show you what paint colors and brick style and everything that the clients were envisioning for this. The AI did not render it exactly, so I did not put it in as a main exhibit. It's got a few things that aren't consistent with our elevation, but kind of gives you an idea of like the driveway side elevation, like what that might look like, and a few examples of the lighting that we're looking at as well for the exterior lighting fixtures. And like I said, the rest of the pages here, if you want to kind of just scroll through those, we looked at a 6/1 option, a couple of different casement options, and then we also looked at a typical kind of a colonial style as well, and also the 3/1. So we tried several different window options, and after talking with staff, we decided that we wanted to go with the first option that's included in our main set of plans. So let me just check real quick if there was anything I forgot. Oh, there were comments on the street sections or the street elevations that we didn't give a dimension from first floor to grade. And I have those numbers if you would like to hear those, but basically the street is rising in grade from left to right. So our dimension from first floor to grade on the left side there is 20 inches, and on the right side it's 14 inches. And I checked 704, 716, 708, 720, and 715's heights there, and they range anywhere from 6 inches to 50 inches from first floor to grade. Our first floor, we are actually setting it about 10 inches lower than the current first floor of the house. And that is to align a little better with the houses on either side of us too. Let's see. And then I think you had a comment that we didn't note the window materials. It is noted on our elevations. There'll be wood windows with SDLs and spacer bars and a putty profile on the muttons. And yeah, I think that's it. Let me know what questions you have.
Found your back porch information. It's on slide 16.
Yes. So front porch, we're doing a brick roll lock edge with a concrete floor. Since that's on the front and facing the street. The back porch, we're proposing a brick roll lock with that slate ashlar pattern. And then the screen pictures, something like one of those two there. We weren't sure if you would allow an aluminum screen system or not, but we can do this out of wood too. That left photo is a historic photo of a similar aged house with a wood screen frame in it. And then the one on the right has an aluminum screen frame, both with the brick and the brick arches like we're proposing.
We do wood.
Okay, I
Thanks,
figured.
Shelley.
I figured. I don't know if I left anything else out, but I'm sure you'll have questions for me, so let me have them.
Let's open it up to the commission for questions.
You literally already answered all my questions.
Okay.
I think
Very
this
thorough.
might be a opportune time for someone to do a mic drop, and you can just drop.
I've worked with you guys a long time. I know how to anticipate your questions.
And I will say Shelley worked with staff, you know, very thoroughly throughout this whole project. So
Yeah, thank you for
It shows.
that good presentation and a comprehensive set of plans and well thought out. It's much appreciated by me.
Thank you.
Hey, Shelley, I have a few questions. Is there a preference on the casement, on the windows, like the casement versus 9/1 versus 6/1?
We prefer these right here, but we included the others so you could see them if you had an issue with these.
You prefer the 9/1?
Yeah. We feel like
I
it's
feel-
we feel like it's a little different than, you know, your typical 6/1 that you see in a lot of the historic district. And it is a new house. So we're trying to bring a new element maybe that is a little bit different since it is newer construction.
I almost feel like it's more appropriate for the Tudor style than the casement at least. But that's a small detail really, but
Yeah. And we have casements in a few areas because we had to for size for egress. And honestly, when I was doing my research on Tudor style, I found that almost every definition says that a casement is the appropriate style for Tudor. But when I did more research on Dilworth specifically, they are a lot more of and of various different patterns, but mostly double hungs throughout the Dilworth examples. So if we're following local examples, we did go back to a double hung here versus a casement. But we do have casement in a couple of areas like that stairwell and the kitchen sink window. And we can look at taking those back to a double hung if you prefer it in those locations. But we felt like we could do a mix here and still kind of speak to the Tudor language.
yeah, I mean, I think a Tudor definitely has a mix. It is one of the styles that you can do a little bit of a mix of, you see different changes in windows and especially the diamond pane. I was really excited to see your AI image.
Okay.
Even though I know it's inaccurate.
Yeah, I have not found a program yet that can seem to translate the drawings well. You can see it did our side entrance wrong and a couple of other things, but it's pretty close.
But
Enough to give you a visual.
Well, I'm curious, it didn't do your siding, but I'm curious
No,
if
it didn't.
I mean, the one thing that when I look at the drawings and I know I keep in mind that it's black and white, but it just looked like there was just a lot going on initially in my first pass. And then when I saw how holistic it looked in that image, it really spoke to me in a different way. But have you considered doing it on all brick versus the siding piece?
Well, we thought about it, but I think it's coming down to a cost standpoint at this point. So we're trying to use the brick in key locations and go back to a lesser expensive material and other, but it's also to kind of speak to that idea of making this look like it's something that's always been there. And so that's why we kind of focused our brick on the front part of the house to make it look like it was maybe an original Foursquare or an original Tudor that's then been added onto.
Yeah,
And
it certainly reads like that.
yeah, and that was a suggestion from staff that that we do that too.
On your window that you're trying to save, that would be in lieu of the oval, is that right?
Yeah, possibly. We have a couple locations we could do it. There is a small window that's inside of one of the porches that's on a powder room, and so we could do that. It's on the back porch. You can't see it from the exterior elevations, but if you go to that top of this page here, you'll see the inside of that porch number 4. There's a little square window there on the left. We could put it there as one option, but there's a couple other places we could consider putting it too if you wanted in a more prominent location.
Nice.
Can I ask something before I forget?
I'm done.
Hey Shelley, we don't usually do timber retaining walls. So we
Okay.
would need to do brick or like, a smooth coat stucco could be an
Okay.
option too.
Yeah, brick was our first preference, but I
Okay.
think, we were kind of throwing in another option there just in case it became a budget issue. That we
Yeah,
had something else we could fall back on, but we can talk with staff about that if it becomes
we
a
can
budget issue.
totally help you with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will point out too on our site plan that the original house was 5 feet off of the property line and ours is 6 feet off. And part of that is because of the egress wells. Those have to fit inside of our setbacks as well. And so I had to pull the house and everything in a little bit to make sure that fit in there.
Any other questions?
Yes. What's the stucco finish?
I mean, I haven't really, I think we'll probably do something similar to what's on the original house. If you go back a couple of slides to the original photos, I think you can see it. And it has a little bit of a texture to it. It's not completely smooth, but it's not a rough texture either.
Okay.
It's kind of a brushed finish, I guess. We can do whatever staff requires us to do, or we can work with staff on that.
I mean, really, commission, you can give direction too if you'd like to.
Anything else?
The skylights.
Skylights flush mount as, I think there's always a little lip, but
Yeah.
um
It's the
it
difference
might-
between, like,
Go
if you
ahead,
install it with a curb, it'll be about 6 or 7 inches tall. If you install it curbless, low profile, it'll be about 3 inches tall.
That's what we'd like for commission.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
what we've spec'd.
Okay, perfect. Okay, y'all. Ready to close?
Anything else? Shelley, do you have anything else you want to add before we close for deliberation?
I think I've covered it all. Any other questions from you guys?
It was very thorough, I would say.
I
for
tried to
such
be
a
as
big
quick as I
project.
could too.
Okay, we're going to close for deliberation now. Close the hearing. Anybody have any comments or?
My initial thought was that it read as quite large, but the more we thought about it, the more you explained how you're walking through the design and the context of the houses around it, I'm comfortable with it.
I almost feel like we need to start with, is there any area that's problematic for anyone? Because so much is good, I think.
Right,
And
agree.
start from that, right?
Agree.
Prepared to. I'll do it.
Okay.
This application. And it's here's standard. And chapter 6. In our design standards for new construction. And I will add that there, any minor details that were discussed today could be worked out with staff upon the final plan review. And
But this meets all the design elements of a Tudor construction.
yes, this does meet all the design standards of a Tudor residence, Tudor home.
Great.
Do we need to specify?
Yeah, I think that's helpful. Yeah. So there are many options. They presented, I would say, slide, hold on, let me go back to it. Slide 16 shows the preference of 9/1. And if you agree with that, you can state that. The other thing I would like direction on is the front door, if you have a preference on the front door. And then also filling in the 3-inch skylight reveal.
Well, like a poll, I am, I am fine with the 9/1. I did initially think it should be casement. But upon heard the rationale and just what it looks like, I'm okay with the 9/1.
And her study of the Dilworth, what's normal in Dilworth. Yeah, okay.
And I'm also okay with the diamond pattern, and I would be glad to add both of those to my motion.
Excellent, thank you.
So in addition to the motion would be that approving the 9/1 double hung windows and the diamond pattern front entrance door.
And can you also mention you're approving the wood screens for the screen porch?
Yes. Also, we will approve the wood screens for the screen porch.
Thank you.
See, what was that other detail? The between the skylight, what did you say?
Oh, she said it's spec'd for the 3-inch. This looks like it's taller than 3 inches, but low profile, no curb. So she has it spec there. All right.
Second?
Commissioner Whitlock has made a motion and Commissioner Lineberger has seconded it. Any discussion? We'll move to a vote. Commissioner Swash? Yes. Commissioner Stanley, yes.
Holtz, yes.
Whitlock, yes. Taylor, yes.
Allred, yes.
Sullivan, yes.
Lineberger, yes.
The motion passes 8 to 0. Sorry, I keep losing count of how many
Keep
people.
losing people. Great, thank you. Shelley,
thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you so
This is
much.
one of a handful of times that new construction's been approved in the first meeting, and just thank you for working with us all along throughout the project. We really appreciate it.
Just like we do on all of our other projects, I guess we'll just get with staff on like brick colors and things like that
Yep.
when we get to them with the contractor.
Yep,
Okay.
traditional brick color. Candace will help. Yep.
Okay, sounds good. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Thanks, Shelley. Yes. Commissioner Lineberger is leaving the meeting at 6:10. Our next application is 1817 South Mint Street. This is also new construction. The applicant is here in person. Troy, is there anyone online or just you tonight?
Yes, we have Ashley, our architect, online.
Ashley's online, okay. And I believe both of you need sworn in? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Ashley, welcome.
Hi.
Here, Stanley, if you could swear them in. And if you guys could raise your hands too, to be sworn in. I know, so much paper.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. So I know this will look familiar to the commission, but I would like to start by saying this is new construction. This is a fresh project. It is not to be compared to any previous projects. The proposed front elevation is shown on slide 17. The proposed left elevation is on slide 18. The proposed right elevation is on slide 19, and the rear elevation is on slide 20. They also have plans and that are here. Let's see here. Okay, and then the dimension plans are on slide 30 and 31. And again, this is new construction. reviewing, just like you reviewed the last application. This applicant has also provided a substantial amount of information in the agenda supplement. And that is supplement slide 23 through, let's see here, 51. So the remainder of the supplement. Again, new construction. This, I will turn it over to Elizabeth to continue the presentation. And then I think you probably won't have to say much, Elizabeth, and then turn it over to Troy. Maybe name that.
Yeah, again, this is 1817 South Mint, and I don't have much to add to what Christy has said, just to point out that staff analysis for the project begins at the bottom of page or slide 2 rather, just to direct that to the commission. Again, the applicant has provided a lot of supplement information kind of in response to the staff analysis. And I will, I'll let the applicant take it from here. Troy, you've just been sworn in. Can you just state your name and address for the court reporter and let me know where you'd like to start? And Ashley, excuse me. Yes, Ashley too.
My name is Troy Knight. So you need my address?
Yes.
1108 East Catawba Street, Belmont, North Carolina. I'm the applicant.
And Ashley?
Ashley Jimenez, 419 South Mulberry Street, Statesville, North Carolina.
Okay, and just let me know where you'd like to start.
Start with the supplement.
Okay. Do you want, I think the best place for you to start is actually to describe your project and then get into the supplement. So that you can make the commission familiar with your elevations.
Okay.
Yeah, and those were slides 30.
30 and 31.
I think. Yeah, and then we can toggle if we need to, but I would present it, you know, just like you were here for the last presentation, just like Shelley did.
Okay. So this is as proposed new construction. We've made a lot of modifications to the plans for the home. We've added roof lines around the sides. We are replacing roof lines under the dormers, as you can see on the side elevations. On the right side there, we are lowering that roof line down closer to the window to help with the massing. It'll help make the second floor look less massive over the first. We've also proposed to reframe the roof along the middle side there. And then if you scroll back up to the front elevation, we are completely taking off the front roof, which currently spans over the front porch and this front bedroom there, in order to help drop the appearance of the height of the front elevation. So we're basically just spanning that across the whole side. All of the windows are per the original window schedule. One would have all been discussed and approved, as well as the front door and side door. On the foundation, we plan to lower the grade around the house. We are limited due to drainage, getting the water out of the street. There is a stormwater easement in the neighbor's yard that we will be able to utilize in order to get drainage away from the house a little easier by dropping that.
That's a good question. I'm just a little confused. New construction, but talking about it like it's sort of remodeling, so I just need some clarity.
The commission is supposed to review this as if it's new construction and nothing's there. This was denied a few months ago. We can't talk about the denied project because it's still in an appeal period. And so the commission, but it also has no bearing on this. It is. That is how the commission is supposed to review it, as if it's a vacant lot. Yep. This is supposed to be reviewed as if it's new construction.
Probably be helpful if you described it.
I will do my best. Yeah, it is very confusing for me as well. So with the foundation, we're trying to get the foundation to be as high as possible. Within the limits of our foundation, it will be taller than the 3 homes directly around us. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It'll be roughly the same height as the home to our left. It will be much taller than the 2 homes to our right, and we do have those measurements provided. As far as the house goes, though, we used a lot of different trims, roof pitches, roof forms, as described in, since we're not in order, I don't have that. I believe it's 6.14, numbers 1 and 2. Historic bungalows often feature inconsistent trim and band sizes due to a combination of intentional design principles, functional requirements. And so with our roof forms, we have a lot of variation.
Switch to
among
the
those,
supplement.
which is very common in the historic bungalow style building.
Would you like us to switch to the supplement to show that?
So, in the supplement, staff have made analysis, their first bullet point, was.
Well, wait, you were talking about trim. Do you want us to talk about trim? How would you like to, I mean, so you're presenting this as if it's new construction, and I apologize. We could have really helped with this had you met with us beforehand. But we're gonna try and help you as much as possible through this presentation. So, okay. Okay.
The height of our home is 7 feet. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of houses around us other than 2 new construction, which are massive, that were not built under the historic commission. So we are not using those. We do have the Wilmore Historic Center. I believe that's what that is, but it was originally a single family residence, and we are below that by 3 feet. The historic 501 West Boulevard, the Wilmore.
Sure.
Yeah, the 501 West Boulevard, which is now the Wilmore Community Center, was originally a single family residence, and that home is 28 feet. Different page.
What number? What address?
501 West Boulevard is 26.6 feet on one side, 29.4 feet on the other. And again, our home is proposed at 25 feet 7 inches.
Do you know what page that address is shown on?
It's not, well, it's gonna be on probably closer to 7 or 8
On the original?
on the
presentation?
original application.
Okay.
It's out well, so the house is there.
Scroll up on the side.
Then. Down there. 12. The 501 West Boulevard is shown in the top left corner. And
That's an institutional building.
yes, and
Okay.
we showed on the tax card that it was single family residence when it was built.
No, it was part of a apartment complex.
Okay. So the tax card that we pulled from shows that it was converted to commercial from single family residence, and that's why we used it. We also added an address 1932 South Memphis back on the supplement. This home is about 8 houses up. It's 27 feet height from grade to ridge. And so with the height of our home.
Where, we would like to have you pointed out.
I'm sorry, on page 24.
Yeah. Is it in the supplement?
It's on the top right.
Okay, where is that at in context to your house? Do you have the
That's-
Zotwell survey? Do you have the whole survey that we gave you? We can
This one-
point that out
Yes, it would be.
back in the main presentation.
We did not provide the entire Zotwell of that street. We just took a snippet of that house.
Okay,
That's about 8 houses up. It's on the side of the road where all the houses are elevated.
okay.
And so for the height of our home, at 25.7 feet, we are below this home as well as 501 West Boulevard, which I understand is now institutional. Which is shown down below as one door for the entrance. As far as it was converted from single family residence. And so that's why we decided to use that as context for our height. Then moving forward. Staff comment was about aligning foundations and eave lines, and we notated that as far as pictures of the home with the adjacent homes. The roof line you see on the right side will be the proposed roof line of the new home. And if you scroll down to the next, show those out well. with those adjacent homes matching up the E lines along the left, the right. And the following slide, we'll talk about foundation heights. So our foundation height, we're proposing 18 inches. The house to our left is 19 inches. The house to the right is 12 inches and 9 inches respectively. The Zout well is somewhat misleading foundation height as it shows the first floor elevation versus the foundation height. So if you go based off the Zout well, you could see that the home to the right could be misrepresented as a 2-foot tall foundation, when in reality, foundation is only 1 foot tall and you have another foot of floor system. And that's what the Zout well shows. If you scroll to the next slide, you can see much better detail of that. And this shows pictures of the homes and the distinct difference in their foundation versus what the Zout well shows between first floor elevation and ground. So for this reason, our foundation of 18 inches, we feel is sufficient to maximize the size of our home. On the next page, this will show the site plan with the relative homes around us. We've started in a bend around Mint Street, and they're essentially lined up in a nice arc that follows the street line. So we're going to show that there. Our site plan. We do have staff approval on driveway, parking pad, walkways, patio, and fireplace. We continue going. Staff analysis commented that the steep slopes of our proposed homes in 3.10 of the guidelines, it shows this home here is a bungalow with very steep roofs. And we feel like we follow that as well. Since there's no defined slope for a bungalow home other than various documentation saying there should be a wide sheltering appearance, which we feel we've accomplished in front of the home there. There's wide shelter through the entire home around all 4 sides, and then the home below from 3.10 showing the same. And then you scroll down one more page, we did an overlay with our home versus the home from 3.10, and it shows the same exact slope between those two homes. It could vary by a quarter versus quarter inch, but they look almost identical. Then on the next page, our headers on the front. Staff commented that they appear too large. They're 2x10 framing members, which is today's standard. The home to our left appears to have a 2x8 or 2x10, which we feel is about the same size as our proposed header along our front porch. And then we will use a 12-inch wide beam, column, on the front porch to round that out. This picture, unfortunately, was mistakenly drawn with a 10-inch column, but it is in fact a 12-inch column we're proposing, which is in our trim detail on the original application. The next slide, staff had commented that the height of our knee wall behind the front porch makes the front plane of the home appear too tall. I've taken another example from the guidelines 3.18. There are 2 distinct figures of bungalow homes where the front wall height is taller than the front porch, as seen in these 2 diagrams here. So we feel that that is not incongruous with the design standards set forward. Furthermore, we have an example of a home, 1907 South Mint Street, 1948 built home, where the front knee wall height of the home is above the front porch. We can continue down. The staff comment was lack of adequate fenestration in the front gable. We feel that we did meet the rhythm and fenestration of that, especially when we consider the homes that surround us that have a lot of lacking in rhythm fenestration. They show a lot of void with the siding and don't have as many windows and vents and other architectural details that we have. So we want to show that there. The next comment from staff was the row lock on the front porch doesn't match the brick detail along the sides of the home. And that's simply because the brick on the sides of the home under the thermal wall are typically covered by siding. As you can see, it comes from 20 South Mint Street in 1938's bungalow. And that's why the front porch and back porch is often used the row lock with a trim detail, but down the side of the home, you have standard brick detail. Now, our next slide here, the front porch column, staff comment was front porch column appears disproportionately slender. Again, originally the image provided showed a 10-inch wide columns, and we have modified those to the 12-inch. We're providing them in detail.
I think Ashley had something to say about that.
Oh, yes.
She's raising her hand.
I'm sorry, I somehow lost audio. I think it was from y'all's end, so I missed a little bit, but I just wanted to make sure I got it back. I got it back now. Now I can't hear you again. I'm not sure what's happening.
Ashley, can you hear us?
I can hear you now, but for some reason I can't hear, like, is Troy
you might-
talking? Because I can't hear that.
Troy has his microphone off. There we go. You should be able to hear
Okay,
now.
very good.
Thank
Thank you. Nope, I
Sorry, I
can't
remember
hear.
that from the last one. I'm
Oh.
colorblind. I don't know when it changes. So on this page here, staff comments were height and massing of the knee wall on the far right, that dormer. We have reduced that significantly. I'm sorry. We are proposing that it's a much shorter knee wall than an average bungalow home. We're proposing it at 75 inches, just to show that years back, HDC had approved a home with the knee wall of 100 inches. And so we were going below that.
Make a clarification. That's not what we're talking about when we're talking about a knee wall. That's a dormer.
Okay.
That's a dormer wall. Elizabeth, would you please circle the knee wall that we're talking about? Yes, right there.
Oh.
That's the knee wall.
That was on another page.
Okay.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
Okay. Well, on this side, it shows our dormer and how we were able to make that roof line appear much lower over those windows, eliminating more siding above the windows. In the side gable, we are showing that we have double windows to help break up the siding and improve our rhythm and fenestration from our originally proposed. And then moving forward, staff analysis had commented on truncated gables, as you'll see, where the right gable comes down into a truncated fashion, whereas the front gable is an end gable. And so staff had commented about that, but as we see in section 6, it says use multiple roof forms, and that's something we feel we have accomplished. We have various roof forms on this: truncated gables, gable ends, Dutch hips. And then we can see on the next slide that 2 doors down, 1829 South Mint Street also has truncated gables, exposed gable ends, and various roof forms. And then moving forward onto the next slide, staff analysis commented on trim bands and eave lines don't align. We found that it's common to have various eave and trim lines due to complex builds, as evidenced by this home portrayed in the manual at 6.15. The trim bands don't align with the eaves. There's a small gable breaking up the front porch, so they have multiple trim lines, eave lines, and for that reason, we had tried to accomplish the same on our proposed build. And then again, we come back on the next slide to 1829 South Mint Street, which has various eave heights around the home. The front porch is different from the front side gable, which is also different from the jut out on the right elevation. And then that back elevation is different from the front elevation as well. Our next slide talks about the bump out at our kitchen window. We used from a previous COA on this home, and we went to the same exact design. Staff had commented that it was very tall header height, and we just wanted to show that it's very close. It's within 2 inches just due to framing standards for when you have those bump outs. There's a lot of structural engineering that goes in there, and that detail is to the far right, kind of hidden by Ashley there. It shows the knee walls, LVL studs, and then your base as well. Moving forward on to the next slide, staff had commented on the knee wall, this knee wall, and about how it sort of had a gap and was missing. And so we can't bring that roof line forward, we don't feel adequately enough to make it line up. And so we have some trim detail in there. And as we can see on historic homes like 1932 South Mint has large blank areas between roof lines. And so we feel we incorporated that spirit there. On the left elevation, staff comment was about our trim bands going across the side. We have larger trim bands that we plan to use over on the right, right there. And that helps break up that second floor so it doesn't look taller than the first floor. And that's sort of one of our big goals that we've learned from staff over the last few months and going to the workshop meeting, is we want to make that second floor appear less massive. And we feel like we're getting there with that trim band. And again, with our dormer on the left side, reframing the roof below that and above it, really lowering that second floor down. On the next slide, staff had mentioned the beam above the side entry door is too massive. Again, with using trim to break up the siding and make the first floor look bigger. And then that also kind of carries into the rear porch there that unfortunately is required to have a 16-inch high beam. This sort of matches with that. On our next slide, staff had commented on the dormer that the windows appeared too close to the roof line. In our past meetings with the commission, we had received notes where there was too much siding above the windows. And so we felt that by eliminating that siding and using more trim to conceal it, it really lowers that roof line down and makes that second floor look a lot less massive. On the next slide, I heard earlier that we're not allowed to use precedent. So we can kind of forget that top left image there. But the staff analysis was rhythm of fenestration in the gable. We feel confident that we have met the intent of the rhythm of fenestration, especially when looking at homes around us where they have multiple size windows in a row and a lot more vacant gaps in their siding as appears to what we have. And then we can go to the next slide on the rear of the home. Staff had mentioned the, again, lack of adequate fenestration in the rear gable. Unfortunately, due to the limits of construction, that window is just kind of what it is there. We'd be happy to get some suggestions, but we feel that looking at the homes around us, at their fronts, sides, and rears, that fenestration and rhythm matches with what's around us, especially after we have that eyebrow roof down below it. It limits the height of that gable there. On the next slide, staff had mentioned the height of our column going across the side there. Unfortunately, engineers do what they do. They over-engineer, and they used a 16-inch double LVL here, which is just very hard to hide and conceal. We did add some trim, and then on our proposed drawing, you'll see the roof we plan to add and how we can further break up that beam. And 2 more slides down, we show our site plan here with walkways, 2 trees. These 2 trees are 3-inch. Oh, you're out of it. We have 2 3-inch trees that will be undisturbed during our grading. They're 3-inch, so they'll have 3-foot fences around them with the TPZ sign approved by the city of Charlotte.
Is that on your main presentation?
No, that was one of the staff analysis comments. Set a site plan with trees, TPZ, and we proposed a tree in front of the AC unit.
I think the issue was, I can't speak for Elizabeth, but we had 2 different surveys, didn't we? Elizabeth, can you go to one of the main?
So in the original application, we had the provided site plan from
Go down, Elizabeth.
a few applications ago.
Go up a little. They're on the top surveys. So we do have all the Zotwall surveys
Yes.
at the bottom. Okay, are the
Part of the supplement and you told him not to submit me.
oh, okay. We couldn't accept completely revised plans as part of the supplement, so if that was on there, then we couldn't accept it. Is there a site?
There's
plan?
our,
There's
there's our site plan. We,
There's two of them. We weren't sure which one was correct.
and that's why we provided the updated correct one. So the house never changed positions. We're still proposing where that is, but you can see the front walkway. We took staff's comments to have that go straight out to the street for the new COA. The driveway in this one is misaligned, but in the updated one, the driveway is fully aligned to be in the alley.
I think we have the COA in here too. We've added it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that site plan directly above was the site plan for the COA. And that just shows the neighboring homes and their setbacks versus ours.
Okay.
And so then if we go down to our blueprints on page 30 and 31, I think I've covered a lot of the home. The original application does go through the heights and foundations that I did touch on.
Troy, I think your detailed drawing, let me double check. Yeah, your detail, it's kind of hidden by Ashley. Yeah. No, go up a slide to slide 30, please. So you talked about, so it might be wrong on the plan, but your detail elevation with the porch section shows a 12-inch.
Yeah, in the actual house there.
It doesn't, right?
Yeah.
You have it on your.
So we
detail.
updated it in the supplemental.
Yeah, but you have it on your detail, so
Yes.
that's,
Mhm.
so, to the commission, the detail is accurate. It would just need updated on the front elevation, so you have accurate information in there,
Yeah.
which is good.
We had sent in those blueprints, but those also didn't make the cut with the updated column.
Yeah, we can't, because, we can't accept completely revised, they just have to be updated, but you have the detail there, so it's fine.
And then we can have Ashley speak about the architecture of the home, the roof lines, eave lines, stuff like that on these. These are her drawings here.
Very good. Thank you, Troy. You spoke a lot to, the items that the commission brought up during our workshop 2 months ago. We wanted to make sure, that we were taking those to heart and applying those. One of those was kind of simplify. And I believe, that we've done that on the front elevation here by removing, and I know this, there was a gable over the bedroom on the left here. We have removed that. And I believe that helps to simplify. It also helps it, or it speaks to the orientation, number 6.7. In regards to our context, the houses on either side of us have directionally a left to right ridge, meaning a side facing gable. So I did want to point that out. And then that directional expression being more horizontal versus vertical, again, by creating one eave line going across that, what is most forward to us, meaning the porch in that bedroom, making that a horizontal eave line, as well as the ridge being horizontal, the main ridge above it, speaks to the directional expression, number 6.11. And, on those gable ends, I would love to hear any feedback of what you all would like to see there. There is, we do have kind of that extension or that return, if you will, on those side elevations that, does that just become the end of the gable? It felt to me like maybe more within the bungalow styling, actually continuing that eave over was the better choice. But I think we'd like to hear any questions that you all have on that. The window, I do want to point out the window on the left elevation in the main gable, we have the double window that's centered over the side entry. And then the window to the left of that is a casement window made to look like a double hung window. That is in a bedroom. And in plans past, that window has been further over to the left, and this left rake side of that gable had a very tall knee wall on the left. So we've taken that away and moved that window over, but that is our limitation. I can look to see if there's another casement that could be of a smaller size, and I know it's a little closer to that eve line, but there is a limitation on our plan with that. Same with the rear gable, with it where an interior wall is, to do, as Troy pointed out here, there's a wall just to the left of that window that is creating a limitation for doubling up that window. I'd like to point out also that we've added these bracketing details, or these braces on the gable ends, to continue to speak to this bungalow style. And there's details of those in the drawings there. I'm just looking at my notes here to see if there's anything else I'd like to speak on. I believe that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions that you all have, or Troy, if you have anything else you'd like to speak on.
No, I think I've spoke on everything.
Troy, may I help you with something?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
May I have the my mouse, please? So one thing that would really help you is, I spoke in my staff analysis how, can you help? Oh, I'll just zoom in. Some of the buildings you're comparing to are multifamily or institutional, and per the design standards, which I think I talked about in the staff memo, we do like to like. So we do single family to single family, multifamily to multifamily. So the house that I really think you need to look at is this house right here. This is your tallest house in a 360-degree view, and at least on this street. So have you looked at this house?
Yes.
If not, that's something, I didn't see it on any of your, so I didn't see it anywhere in here. So I just wanted to give you a chance to talk about maybe how your proposed design, matches with maybe this corner house.
So our proposed height in relation to this house, we are lower by elevation standards. We are taller, but that home is 22.9 feet tall, whereas we are, again, 25.7, but we are lower as you look at it from the street level. And again, we are very limited on the homes around us. 1932 South Mint is up the street. You can see it from the front porch, not the sidewalk, but it, again, was much taller. When it's to the left,
this one
right
here?
there, yes.
This
That one's
is
26.6.
excuse me, this was the house that the commission used as a context for the original COA.
Okay.
And I just missed that when I did the original application, and we added that onto the supplement.
And so this one, and you added that. So just to orient everyone, and I can pull up a Google map too.
If you scroll,
His house is kind of sits right about here,
yes,
right? Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. And so this is kind of up the street, and I'm glad to pull up a Google map, but
In one of our other slides, you can see where we have all the parcels.
okay, let me look.
Although I don't know which parcel it is.
Here.
right there.
Here we go. Yeah, it sits,
Can be one of those too,
let's count. It is 4 in. So on slide 11, it's this one right here. It's 4 in from Wilmore, Woodcrest. So it's this one and green is here.
And then those other arrows show, as you mentioned, those are duplexes.
Yeah.
Locally, we consider those single family when we file for permits and things like that. So we had used those in our height determination as well, as those two are 26 and 27 feet
Yeah.
respectively.
The other thing I just wanted to, clarify, I think it's a semantics issue, but when Zotwell is doing this, what they're highlighting is truly the top of the foundation. That's what they're calling the first level, is what you see. So that what they show is to the top of the foundation, the bottom here, and then to the eave, and then to the ridge. So that's what you're looking at there. This shows the foundation level. It is indicating that's the start of the first level above the foundation. So
So if
what
we-
this shows is the foundation.
If we look at that center house,
Mhm.
Zalwell shows that's 2 feet tall.
Mhm.
We can look at those bricks there and see that we only have about a foot, but you
Yeah.
would have another,
Yeah, I
10 inches
think
or so.
the problem is that this is a side elevation and you can see how grade goes up, and Zotwell is looking straight on the front. I know it's hard because this has bushes,
Yeah,
but
that far left corner, unfortunately, I don't have a
Same-
picture of it. It's also only about a foot tall.
same here, like this is a side elevation and we would need the front, but that's why we get these third-party surveyors, so it's not us saying something and you saying something, so that we're using data from a professional. And so as accepted, we go by what the Zotwell survey says with the foundation heights. So you can see this one is lower, but again, a first level means the start of the first level, the top of the foundation. So I just wanted to clarify that for everybody.
Because in most crawl spaces though, your floor system is on top of the foundation. And then siding comes down and covers that floor system.
That's fine. We're showing, the siding, we're showing where the brick ends and the siding begins, if to simplify that. Brick ends, siding begins at, let's see here, 694. So that's what that's showing. It's showing the brick exposure. And again, that's per Zotwell. And, they have it recorded as 1.7. Or no, they have it, whatever I said in my staff analysis. So I just wanted to clarify that I think we're talking about the same thing, but we do go by these surveys because that's why we get them. We get them from a third-party trusted surveyor, and it is showing the foundation heights. So I just wanted to clarify that for everybody. And then I think that was it. Was there anything else clarification needed? Candace, did you have something?
Oh, I was just gonna say, the applicant chose the bungalow style, but references American Small and Tudor style throughout the supplement. And so, the commission didn't tell the applicant what style to choose. They never do. They chose that style, so they should stay true to it. Thank you.
Okay. Over to you, Chair Stanley.
Has anyone signed up to
Speak. I think it's just the two presenters, two applicants.
Any questions for the applicants before we close deliberation?
I would like to hear any feedback on the eave line and the termination of the gables eaves if possible.
You clarify, can you give us maybe a slide number to go to that we can all look at the same thing, Ashley?
I'm not sure which slide, but it is the side elevations, either one of those.
Go to the main presentation, slide 30 or 31. Would you like the left or the right?
The one that's on the screen is good. Either one of those. So essentially that main gable with the double window, as that eave line rakes down and it terminates into the eave line that is running front to back. You know, does the commission prefer that that gable continue to rake down and just flush out with the other eave, or the way that we have it shown where that opposing roof line kind of continues across?
So there are, 3 roof lines coming together there. You have your 2 sheds or pents or eyebrows or pigeon roof, whatever you want to call them, and then the rake coming down.
I think if you look at the one on the front left of the gable is probably a more simplified version where you don't have that third roof line. And so we have it there at the front porch where that eave line continues past the front corner. And then we have it right above there where the front gable is continuing just past the gable, the rake of the side facing gable.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that staff's analysis is accurate in my mind, that the corner knee wall is an odd item or odd detail to have there. The return on the main facing gable returns, and you know, whether it comes in and underneath that rake rather than the rake terminating at the fascia. I could go at this point either way on that. I think my bigger problem would be that little corner knee wall, and then it seems like the majority of these little shed roofs, they seem squat maybe, and kind of bulky. And that may be, like, you take that front porch, that seems compressed to the ground or to the porch floor. I mean, it's almost the opposite of what we were having with the top heavy. This is I don't know what's going on there. Maybe it's the beam so big, or you know, maybe that fascia needs to rise up and line up with the side fascias going down the side. I'm not sure. I don't know what the fix is, but it feels kind of compressed to the ground, or looks compressed and squat. On that right-hand elevation, you know, again, you have on the back of it, you have 3 roofs overlaying one another, which is just, there's a lot going on there. So in my mind, that needs to be simplified.
I agree in that it could be simplified both on the front porch and the sides. And I also think that some consistency with the fascia boards and the depth of those boards would really help a lot. Just a little bit of, I think those roofs are very close to being able to be simplified and become kind of purely bungalow style, instead of having some other stuff going on. But it just is an exercise in trying to get the different roof lines to work out.
May I suggest that before you even go into the eaves, we've got to address the fact that the house is taller than its neighbors and by a substantial measurement?
I mean, this does not seem to be an appropriate height for the context to me.
Utilize,
That's a new construction.
utilizing, utilizing our example up the hill, which was the last Zoutwell survey we looked at. Can we see what the height on that one was? Mm-hmm. So we are 736.2. And you guys, are you looking at, I guess, grade to ridge? So we'd use the 709.9 of grade to the ridge of 736?
Yes.
Okay.
This is.
Yeah, you're 10 feet taller than your neighbor to the right. You're massively taller than anything else on the block, other than the one up the hill, which we've already talked about was not, that was the duplex, so that's not a one-to-one example. Is that correct, Christy?
The one up the hill is a single family.
This is 1932 is a single family historic. It is historic. I mean, it's not a bungalow, you know, so it definitely has more of a taller directional expression.
And it's 1/10 of a mile away.
But why don't we go to Google Maps and move Ashley to the other side?
So I did the math. That house is 27 feet tall. And again, I would like to say that the original COA did use this home as a reference for height.
This is the current site, and then Candace is gonna do a 360 in front of the house slowly. So you have, maybe go to one that doesn't have as much tree coverage. Yeah, try March 2020. Okay, so you can see the house on the corner. You can see, kind of see it, the institutional building. And click right in there to get that away. Something's happening here. Back up. You have to stop highlighting. Go back up there. Just click. Okay. There we go. Let's just restart. And go to 2020. Less trees. Okay. So the house on the corner, you can see the church way across the street. We have behind those trees are the institutional building. Of course, the Wilmore Garden. This is before construction of the new construction. This was an outlier because there was a 2-story historic building there. And so that's why the commission allowed 2 stories to be constructed there, because it matched the, it was putting back what was there historically. And so you can kind of see some buildings on the other street.
May we look at that? Because I do believe that's part of the context overall.
We don't consider new construction. So like on the corner, this big house on the corner here, that was built, you know, before the district. And so that's one of the reasons why there is a district, is because, you know, that was starting to come in Wilmore. So we didn't include that. And then just don't click, just zoom. There you go. And then, you know, you can see some of the houses up the street on that side. And then around the curb are some of the other houses. That's okay. Some of the other houses we looked at, because to Ashley's point, it's limited. I will say, nope, go back. Stay where you are. The house right to the right, one down, the tan one, and the one after that are both new construction houses as well. So we don't consider those either.
New construction not approved by staff.
Those were approved.
No, those went, no new construction is approved by staff.
I
New
mean, I'm sorry,
construction-
approved by the commission.
New construction
Yes,
that came to
thank
the
you.
commission. Yes, yes, yes. Those came to the commission, so they're not on the dot wall surveys because we don't have an updated survey with those houses. And then there's a bungalow, the brick house right there. That's a bungalow. Kind of bungalow style and a small house. It's kind of a hodgepodge house. You can go up the street. Oh, man. Yeah, oh, yeah, you can see them under construction. And then the
So
house.
those are two, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Scroll, we have to show this block. No, yeah. There you go.
So
yeah,
with those
that-
two homes that are new construction that were approved by the commission and are currently built, but not represented on the Zoutwell survey, and they're actually closer to our property, it seems like those need to be taken into account in regards
We
to our
don't-
height.
We don't take into account new construction because when these were built, they took into account the historic houses around these, which included the White House right there. So because that was the tallest historic house within a 360 view, that was taken into account for these ones. You know, it's going to be up to the commission whether they consider that house within a 360 view of your property. So, I think let's go back to the front of their property. Oh, yep. Okay, so you see it right here. Yep. Okay, go to like 2020. Yeah. All right, there you go, commission.
Question for the applicant, like I said, the application, new construction, is bungalow style, Tudor style, and I think in 48 pages of supplement that was also submitted, there was some text about the interpretation of the bungalow style. So there's three different things stylistically. You understand for proposed new construction, what is the proposal for the styles?
Yeah, so we 100% are proposing the bungalow style, which we felt we met, and are continuing to update the plans based on feedback. And the only reason Tudor came up is because in the HDC guidelines, when it refers to massing, it says, look what this Tudor did when it had a small house and a big house. There's no real representation in the HDC guidelines of, look how this bungalow made itself look less massive. So we were simply taking the massing technique from the HDC guidelines, and it just happened to be a Tudor. So we're not referencing a Tudor, and that's how we're designing the home. We just took notes from that and how to make it look less tall. Because as we've all noted, it is tall, but we do have other tall homes around us. And so that's the only reason that there's an additional mention of a different style home. But yes, we are full bearing on the bungalow style though.
Just that forward, choose the style. Which really descriptive, helpful, just from historic styles, but also new construction in historic styles, how to incorporate goals in terms of size and style. What to the guidelines.
And yeah, I've poured over these guidelines hours and hours, and I don't find them as prescriptive just because I don't understand a lot of these words. You know, I use a lot of AI trying to figure out how this is. And so I'm still trying to learn, and I'm working with Ashley, and we're going back and again making these changes. But, you know, every time we make a change, you know, something has to give. And so we're trying to incorporate like the 3 roof lines. You know, originally those roof lines were a little bit more spread apart, but now they're a little bit closer together. And so, you know, originally on the original COA that it was approved with those similar roof meeting right there. But now, because of the modifications we've made over the months, they're kind of starting to blend together now. So now, you know, as we got feedback, we're going to try to make it a little bit more basic, try to get them separated. So.
Troy, I would just like to extend an offer again to meet with you at any time. Staff received these just in time to slate them on the agenda, and you know, we can, of course, you don't have to depend on AI to decipher things. Like, that's what we're here for. So we're always glad to help.
Thank you for saying that, Christie, because that was going to be my.
Oh, sorry.
suggestion.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Sullivan.
That, you know, you have a staff, you know, city staff that are experts at what you are trying to achieve. And they are your, you know, they are your number one resource, of course, your architect as well. But they really are exceptional, and this is what they do all day, every day. So I would encourage you to avail yourself of their services, because they can help you get this where you want it to go.
Okay. So I guess maybe that's where I'm confused, because I hear we're not allowed to design it for you, but if we ask staff, then they're able to help give us more guidance, I would guess.
Yeah, they're not going to design it for you,
Right,
nor are the commissioners going to suggest design attributes or suggestions in general. But they will, again, this is what they do. So they are the people to help you get that feedback on your design so that it can be what you're looking to do and also fit the guide.
Okay, thank you.
I have a
We will
question
schedule
on the
that meeting.
right elevation where the three roofs come together. Between the two roofs where the main gable strikes, below that, there appears to be the extension of the main gable. Is that accurate? Will there be a small piece of the main gable roof visible?
No. That's a mistake. That'll be siding right there. That wall, the gable wall and the wall with the two windows on the main level towards the rear are on the same plane. So there's no need for that eave extension under there. And the 3D may give a little more clarity on this area.
Is there a reason that right side of that gable is engaged with the roof plane and the left side is engaged with the fascia?
One is engaged with the roof plane and one is engaged with the fascia. So the left side, I don't know if I fully understand that question. So
the rake of the right side of that gable comes down and intersects the roof.
Yes.
On the left side, it engages the fascia board of the gable coming around the corner.
We could definitely take a look at that. The reality here is that there is a home that's built. And so we're trying to work with what's existing and add modifications. So that's why that is different, but we can certainly address that.
Again, since we're looking at this as a new application, we are looking at it as a new application. That's the information we're working from. I would just posit, I feel like we're starting to split hairs on things that, again, don't address my feeling that this house is simply too massive for the context. All of the other issues about the roof lines and all of the other pieces have to change because it is too massive for the context, and it doesn't have the bungalow style that you've reiterated is what you're going for. So I would suggest that we are at a point where we just make a motion to ask the applicant to restudy with consistency on a bungalow, on one style, and with an appropriate
measurements according to the Zoutwell and the other surveys that are available to you. If you want to make it this massive, show us how that works, because I'm not seeing that in the information that you've provided so far.
Sounds
like a motion. So do we need to, any further comments from the applicants?
Again, I'd like to, one more, I'd reiterate, we have not compared this house to any other style. We simply used a diagram from the guideline to say, we try to appear less massive, and it only uses a Tudor as that. So we're not comparing our house to a Tudor. We're trying to use the styles and mechanisms that the guideline give us. It just happens to show a diagram of a Tudor, a bungalow, and I think maybe a colonial. So, but we're not saying it's a colonial, Tudor, and a bungalow. It's a bungalow.
Makes sense. So are we ready to close for deliberation? Thank you.
I have one question for just in the analysis, which is extensive and quite detailed. This is where we're going to study everything that appeared in the analysis to address every amount of the analysis and by something out of that in standards. What?
I would defer to Attorney Inman on that one.
So, but your question is, you have to go through every single one of these?
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I can reference them, there's the alpha, there's A through, number 1 through 8. And then each item we has several alphas. But I can reference those individually, or I can reference the standards.
Can you go by heading? Can you go and say context and height? And you can scroll up a little, just cite the design standards for context and height, and then incorporate the staff notes on slide 2 and 3, A through whatever it is, including all sub items, and then do, what's next? Setback, yeah. Roofs, front, front elevation might be porches, I think we have them tucked in, have citations tucked in there as well. Okay. Does that work?
That works, and we're all gonna know the applicant, what you'd like for them to do better.
Right, how do we to continue the application? So Congress with following standards. One, context and height. Let's see if there was all of the sort of house those are the three instances. Here, standards 6.1, 6.4, and scale 6.10. So items, A, 1, and 2, B, family and institutional amount. C, single family structure groups. All right, but sorry, C, wood project 1954 Woodruff sadly is not visible from the site property. Thus, it cannot be considered as 360 degree structure. D, accommodations, requires window, air heights, porch heights, adjacent historic buildings, essentially fitting in the new construction to restore context. Foundation information, appears to be accurate based on the software survey. It's understandable. So, and that's for one, in the applicant's submission, 1813 South Main Street, 1817 South Main Street, 1821 South Main Street, 1829 South Main Street. Also, context. The applicant included larger, newer home. It was not considered for this is it's not considered as that well south of construction less than 50 years old. Request a setback this house compared to the other houses on the street, which are not provided. Roof forms need to be labeled, the dormers, steep slope of the roof suspending, across the front and rear elevations do not match formula style of architecture. Lighting standards 6.13 roofs 3. Front elevation, porch beam is wider. You typically see on historic buildings. That is including standards 6.17. For that's 4A. B the D wall. What heights of a cable is consistent with model architecture. C the lack of administration. The twin cables are congruous with standards for windows. 15.1. Brick detailing. Foundation does not match the grill lock detail below the top of the roof. That's in congruous with standards 6.14. Number 1 trim. Porch columns appear disproportionately slender compared to the bases. And 6.17 porches. Moving on to 5, the right elevation. I think we can just cite letter A. It's incongruous with the bungalow style. 6.13 number 3. Massing 6.8 number 1 and 2. B, from tables and congruous with standards for roofs 6.13 number 3. The massing 6.8 2. Letter C, trim bands, a viewpoint on the line. Mission standards 6.13 number 5. And standards for trim 6.14. 2. D, trim of triple window bay is tall, basic dimensions. Other trim C on the proposed building 6.14.1. E, blank wall and cables and congruous with standard roofs 6.13.5. And trim 6.14.1 and 2. Number 6, block elevation. A, trim band sizing, locations, alignments, the elevation are inconsistent, congruous with standards 6.14, 1 and 2. Even trim of the side entry door standard assets is 8, number 2. Trim number 6.14, 1 and 2. C. 2 posts for roof trim and rhythm of demonstration in standards for windows. 7. Rear elevation. Demonstration 6.15 standard for windows and the proportion of patio beams to fall. Second rear overside in relation to patio columns 6.17. Number 8, Site plan, plus the applicant's update to include HVAC screening, operator locations, dimensions, and materials. Also parking 8.2, library location material, also 8.2. Hardscape dimensions and materials, fire, outdoor fireplace and patio, parking, walkways, steps, dimensions. Those. Tree protection plan. It wasn't. We also laid out to identify which trees are to remain, which are to be removed, any affected during proposed construction, and to litter trees that will.
Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Take a vote. Commissioner Sawatch? Yes. Commissioner Stanley, yes. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
And the motion passes 7-0. Is that how many were here? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. The chair has announced or told staff that the remainder of the agenda, items number 13, 14, and 15 will not be heard this evening and will instead be the first applications at the beginning of the December agenda. And as a reminder, we announced it at the beginning of this meeting, but due to the Thanksgiving holidays and legal notice requirements, anything continued from tonight's meeting will be automatically placed on the January agenda unless otherwise requested. So the good news is you have more time to work with staff for your continued items. With that, back over to Chair Stanley to close out the meeting.
This meeting is adjourned at 7:24. Is that all I have to do?
Great. Thank you.